God is mocking me!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. 半兵殿、官兵殿、左近殿、小十郎殿。Happy birthday to you.
Werecat Warrior 3 joined the cult for 5 months. Sup my fave Buckle Bunny.
The benefits of being still on my computer for a moment before I make my tea and stuff. Werecat, hi. Good to see you first. Congrats, you got bragging rights, and also thanks for a resub. Hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad-free viewing experience, and the good conscience of having supported your local crypt. At least I believe this one's the only inhabited crypt in your area that has an awkward but charming lich like me in it. So it must also be your local one. Local being a relative term, I guess. Hope you're well. Also, Positronics, good to see you. We're playing Dungeon Keeper today. I'm not sure if I want to play Dungeon Keeper Gold first before I play Dungeon Keeper 2, but we got Dungeon Keeper 2 on as a gift, so local via over the pond. Yes. Yeah, see, exactly. If you just go over, like, north, you know, it is actually quicker. You know, if you just head to the North Pole and then across over to Germany that way, you know, just head north. Always. But yeah, I'm not sure. I usually don't like playing the second before I play the first and stuff on stream, but since I love Dungeon Keeper Gold and I've never played Dungeon Keeper 2, we'll be playing that today and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, we'll play just Dungeon Keeper Gold, I guess. You know, you'll hook up a Sled Dog team and be over soon. Do that. Enjoy. It maybe might spur me on to actually clean my apartment more, but I'll finish it soon. I'll finish cleaning soon. I did half of what I wanted to do. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll be right back. Please take care of yourself. Also, go check out Positronics, who is lovely and also does art and work at. I think you would enjoy them a lot. I gotta make some tea. See you in a bit. And hello, and welcome in. How's it going? Hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a phenomenal day. It's good to see you. Welcome in. We're live again. And something's gone wrong. Let me just hide real quick over here and be like, wow. Look at me go. How you doing? We're good. Thanks a lot for the resub again. And also, your first congratulations bragging rights. Kino, good to see you. Sherry and Positronics, nice to have you, nice to have you. We're playing Dungeon Keeper today. Dungeon Keeper 2 to be precise. And we're going to play that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I did an oopsie and I didn't download the game. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Whatever shall I do to redeem this atrocity committed by the streamer who hasn't downloaded the game? Oh no. Look. Look. It's fine. It's gonna be like... It's gonna be like... You know? In a moment. It's gonna be like, in a moment, you know? It's good to be bad, yeah, bad streamer. Definitely bad streamer. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Whatever shall we do about this game now downloading very quickly, very swiftly? You know, because it's like 600 megabytes, actually. It's much bigger than I thought it would be. Like, who would have thought that a game like this is, look, it's a, you know, it's a nice game. I'm looking forward to playing it. Did Core Keeper get another update? Like, damn, it's getting so many updates. Game balance, lots of bug fixes. Okay, that's a post-update stability patch. And then notes from the underground. Oh, that's cool. Cool stuff. Cool stuff indeed. Bags and blasts update. Nice. An explosive new update. Inventory overhaul. A new boss. Man, I haven't played Core Keeper in a while. In a hot minute. But you can't believe that the streamer didn't even do a test run with the game before the stream. Now that I think about it, that would have been maybe a smart idea to do. Like, I don't even know if a game is going to run. Because I got it gifted by German woman, Miss Sophie. Who was very kind and gifted me the game on Sunday. And we'll just see if it works. See? We'll just see if it works, you know? We do things live. Yeah, we do things live, I guess, today. Because I genuinely forgot about it. I forgot to do it. And that's fine. And then I'll change category once I know that it's actually working. Once I know that it's actually working. In fact, hold up a second. What is happening? It doesn't want to work. What do you mean it doesn't want to work? Properties. Let's... verify the integrity of the files, I guess. Maybe that works. Why does it not want to work? Like, it literally starts up for a moment, only to then very quickly say, no, well, no. Okay, all 1635 files successfully validated. That's not too many files. Come on, can the game work? Little black screen, and then it closes the black screen and literally does nothing. I feel bad because, again, it was a gift. Well, that sucks. Let's open GOG Galaxy, you know? I should have genuinely, like, we'll play Dungeon Keeper, you know, but it's going to be like the first game instead. I guess I could also just buy the game. Yeah. On GOG. Was there a creator code that I could use for GOG? Probably, but it didn't bother checking. Oh well. It's like $2 on GOG, it's fine. These old games sometimes can be finicky. They can very much be finicky, but they often do work when I play them on GOG. So, with that said, GOG.com. It's importing stuff now. The GOG Galaxy Launcher 2.0 is a fantastic time. And I'll just show you real quick the absolute monstrosity that is this launcher. Look at it. Unknown game. It's right now importing stuff from Epic Games. It's importing stuff from GOG and stuff like that. Look at all the Bioshocks I own, remastered and normal. These are on Steam and on GOG because I own them on GOG and on Steam. They were free with Prime Gaming a while ago, and I just claimed them for my GOG account because I'm like, yeah, DM free copy. That's cool. But I also bought and played them on Steam. In fact, I played the remastered version. I need to still play like the original version. So we might eventually, if I ever replay Bioshock, I will probably play the old version as well, and see like the original version and everything. Let's remove the filters for now. And yeah, does your Galaxy Steam integration work? It does. Mine works. It's got a lot of these games, like 7 Days to End With You. Fantastic game. We might play that if Dungeon Keeper doesn't work because it's a great game and I haven't played enough of it on stream. There's Amogus. I think I own Amogus on Epic Games. Yeah, and Steam. Among Ripples, which the developer sadly stopped working on. Hold up. If I go... Do I own like the full release? I do. I also have a demo installed, actually, which is interesting. Among Ripples. Oh, but Among Ripples... No, Among Ripples is a free game that is available on Steam if you want to check it out. But Eat, Create, Sleep, the studio behind it, we're working on a second game, which sadly... they stopped working on because of the fact that Among Ripples, Shallow Water, you know, they basically had layoffs and everything and stuff. It's fine. It happens. Yeah. Oh, nice. You think you might have to check out what your setup is because yours is still bug. I believe I just reinstalled it or something like that. I believe, like, for what it's worth, you know, Steam works. If I go to Steam right now, it shows you all the games I own, including Nine Dragons. I don't know what that game is, and I didn't even know that I owned it. And that's what I love about this launcher right here. I own The Age of Decadence, which is not The Age of Wonders, but I do own that. I also own AI War 2. If we just look through my list, you know, there's Anvil Saga, which I got a key for to write about it, and I wrote about it and it was nice. Ark Survival and Survival of the Fittest. I have no clue what Survival of the Fittest is. I only played this game and I played it a lot. Aquamarine was an interesting point-and-click adventure that I might showcase it on stream at some point when we have our point-and-click era. Because I own so many point-and-click games. By the way, Assassin's Creed, we still have to play through the series, but I was thinking of maybe either doing it on YouTube, as in like a way of just you'll get to see a playthrough of a first and second game because we've done those before on stream, and then I'll play the other games eventually. But I own so many of them. You know, can you check if the play button for Steam games works? I can probably do that. hold up, let me just go for a game that I know that I've got installed, you know. I don't know which of these games. Battleland is an interesting game because I played it on mobile and really enjoyed it. I think I have Backpack Hero installed because it's a roguelike. I do have it installed, but for whatever reason, the play button is not working. I'm not sure why it's not working. I guess it's not working after all. Like, it worked a while ago, though. Like, not too long ago, I just started it up for it. Yeah, that's what you were worried about. Yeah. To be fair, like, this is pretty rough, but it's fine. That said, let's go to GOG. Actually, let's go to owned games real quick and just go through the whole list. It's the integration is broken. At some point, Steam changed something about their login. Yeah, I'd imagine. Like, I remember hearing about stuff. So here are all the games I own on GOG, Epic, Steam, Origin, and Ubisoft Connect, which used to be called Uplay. If I just go to Uplay, you can see that I own some Anno games, which we might play at some point. I own a bunch of the Assassin's Creed games on there because they were free. Beyond Good and Evil, I own on there because it was free. And it's a great game that we'll play for sure eventually. And yeah, The Crew, yeah, about that game. Hyperscape was an interesting like battle royale game, but I ended up not playing much of it after the closed beta. I do own both Watch Dogs and Watch Dogs 2 on this, and it's a cool game because you can hack, like, you can cause car crashes by hacking the street, like the traffic lights, which is wild. Ever notice how certain genres have almost identical cover arts? They do. Isn't it wild? But also it's like, you know, franchises and stuff like that too. And a lot of them are inspired by each other. Oh no, whatever shall we do? I completely missed that message there, Workout. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, Trials Rising. Honestly, I just claimed so many games for free that I plan on never actually playing, like Steep and Splinter Cell. Actually, we might play that because I believe that's like the first game, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. And then there's Trials Rising. I don't like sports games. I don't know why. The Mighty Quest for Epic Loot was a fantastic game. I'm not sure if that actually still exists, but it was fantastic. Great time. You're good? Just chilling as you wait for your ride to come pick me up. Oh, nice. I hope it goes well. Hope you get picked up soon. What did I want to say? Right. Watch Dogs is a game that I will eventually play when we do sort of our story-driven open world kind of games, you know. But before that, we'll probably get, like, we got through Devil May Cry, and right now I want to enter a chill era. By the way, next week, like, I'll be gone from this weekend onward. Yeah, the idea of that one was fun, though the community-made dungeons kind of suffered from the usual issues with that. Yeah. So, you know, there's a game that came out a while ago, actually, and suffered a lot, which was, what was it called? Meteor Maker. Meteor Maker is a game where you build different dungeons, kind of, you know? And it's like you basically build dungeons to earn resources, or you raid dungeons to earn resources, you know? And then using those resources, you can build more dungeons or upgrade your gear and whatnot. And what ends up happening is that, you know, there's community curated and created levels that are typically just incredibly unfair. There's a meta that forms. There's a lot, actually, in terms of, like, the gameplay. Like, the walls would often give away where traps are hidden in Meteor Maker. So the only options you had were the same sort of blocks. So either you were building a very dark and gritty and boring looking dungeon that you've seen 1,000 times by that point, or you were trolling and actually never hitting people with your traps and whatnot, you know? So that was that. But also, like, a lot of people were building the same sort of traps, and it got boring as a, you know, once you know your way around that, it got boring, or it was just too frustrating to play, you know? So it struggled from that. A game like that needs people that raid often, and it needs people that build often, if that makes sense. But it didn't work. It didn't get much content afterwards either. So I believe development even got stopped altogether at some point because it didn't meet the player numbers that it needed to continue existing, you know? And that sucks. The Mighty Quest for Epic Loot is a game where you have a castle, and everyone's got castles, you know, and they all, at some point, you know, everyone began hoarding their wealth. But because of that, like, they were all on floating islands and everything, and there's all these different kings of castles that are hoarding their own wealth. Visual Life Service problem in it. Yeah, it's definitely that, Sharian. Sadly. You can fix that by introducing artificial players and bots, I guess, or by introducing levels that are built by developers and whatnot, you know? But yeah, the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot was a game that was a live service game. One of the first live service games out there, you know, that handled it really well. It sold cosmetics and stuff, you know, mostly for its monetization. And besides that, though, it was a perfectly fine free-to-play game where you essentially build up your defenses in your castle and get resources, you know, over time. And then people would sometimes raid you and try to take those things from you, you know. And you would try to use your wealth that you accumulate over time to increase your defenses and build better dungeons. But the important part here is, just like with Mario Makers, well, have you ever played Dungeon Land? I think it's also defunct at this point. I'm not sure if I've played Dungeon Land. I don't remember. Let me check real quick. Dungeon Land was a dungeon crawler MOBA made by Brazilian developer Critical Studio using the Unity engine. The game was released in 2013. Was it free? If it was free at that point, I might have played it. If not, it's, you know, developed by Critical Studio, published by Paradox. Interesting, you know. Actually, it's on Steam, it seems. But the game is not available anymore. Yeah, it doesn't look like something I played. Yeah, the images, they don't look like anything I played. Wild, though. Might have heard of it, though. But yeah, the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot, you could get loot by raiding other dungeons as well, which required you to battle through enemies and survive traps and carefully navigate the mazes built by other players, which was very, very fun. But also, when you build your own dungeon, you know, you would have to clear it yourself. Meaning that to build your dungeon, you not only need resources, which require you to go raiding and to amass resources over time, but also you need to, which use resources to upgrade yourself and use loot that you get on other people's castles to then become stronger yourself, and as a result, be able to beat your very own dungeon and survive and stuff. And there were different classes, I believe 4 different classes, like a mage, there was a warrior was like well balanced, melee fighter, there was the mage who was a ranged DPS character who was very squishy and had AoE spells and stuff, used a lot of mana. There was the rogue or archer who is visible like over here, I guess. Hold up. Over here you can see like the game already. Let me show you. There you go. You would place like units and whatnot, like big units and traps and all of that. Over there was like the rogue, as you can see, and you can have different skills equipped, and there's mana and health like in Diablo. There's potions that you can equip as well, and you have different weapons and whatnot. So this right here was the ranger or rogue, I guess, who's also a squishy range DPS character, but he used a different approach, sort of, with like high single target damage rather than AoE damage and stuff like that, like the mage, or elemental damage like the mage. You know, instead you had, oh, you shoot multiple projectiles, oh, you use crossbows and guns and stuff. Over here you can see like the knight, who has also AoE, is sort of tanky, you know. Didn't like those guys. But there was also, for what it's worth, the game featured a berserker class who was female, first of all, and second of all had like big damage but kind of squishy, you know, slow attack but very impactful, lots of AoE, very fun, and you could wield like a electric guitar and whatnot. When that class was introduced, I only played that class. I loved it so much. That was like, up until that point, I was a mage player through and through in any game that I played. From Aura Kingdom to Guild Wars to Neverwinter and Rift, but also Warframe, also other games. I like being at range and doing magic and stuff, and yeah. In the mighty quest for epic loot, however, I discovered the pure joy that is slow attack, big damage. If that makes sense, you know, it wasn't slower either. You know, like eventually they had this huge overhaul for all the systems that introduced a lot of pacing stuff, you know, with quicker weapons and everything. You had more dashes on every person. Everything got much, much quicker. I remember there was like an announcement for that. The trailer was just so much fun. There were lasers and everything that they introduced into the game, made it a bit more modern, basically, because around that time, I believe, League of Legends and other games also had big changes in how the pacing is for the game, with many characters that are playable having a shitload of dashes and mobility and all of that. And it was kind of this shift in perspective, I guess. You know, in the end, most players just placed some instant death traps set up somewhere in the dungeon because it was the most efficient way to gain resources. And of course, that meant people didn't want to raid those dungeons because it's unfun. And that means eventually nobody raids anymore and the game dies. Yeah, that's a lot of what Meteor Maker, for instance. I can see how Dungeon Land, you know, suffers from that. But like Meteor Maker as well struggled with that. Similarly, you know, the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot was great, actually, but the whole premise of people raid your dungeon, and because of that, you have less resources, because your dungeon is where you store your resources that you get from looting other people's dungeons and raiding them and stuff. That was very punishing, you know? And it felt annoying, especially when you got repeatedly targeted by the same people, if that makes sense. That was something that the game struggled with. And because of that, like, personally, I stopped playing because of that, because it got just too frustrating and I couldn't beat a lot of the other dungeons that were there at some point because they juked the systems a little bit. And I don't know, that was an issue. But also, a lot of the dungeons that were built were anti-fun. It was kind of not great. That reminds me, I published a video on YouTube, I believe, and I haven't put it on the announcement channel, did I? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. How could I? Oh my god. Let me just fix that real quick. If you want to see a text-based RPG that is very interesting, got some incremental mechanics to it, you know. Indie classic, A Dark Room, right here. My thumbnail is also very on style for the game. It makes sense, you know. Okay, now that I've published it, that's one worry less for my head. But yeah, I think it would have been much healthier for the game if a designer gets resources only when the raider actually succeeds, and you get resources based on how much the player struggled before winning. Yeah, that, and also if there was more stuff, or maybe just based on how many of your challenges the raider has managed to beat. For what it's worth, you know, a meta is prone to form over time, you know, but also the issue is when a meta forms, people that challenge the dungeons in Meteor Maker, for instance, know how to deal with them over time. And as a result, it becomes boring when no new content is added. So what you need to add is, like, you need to trickle, when you have a live service game like that, you need to trickle updates, little patches. Unless your core gameplay is literally so perfect that you don't need to change stuff too much, you know, you need to trickle down some extra patches. Oh, there's a new weapon that you can unlock. Oh, there's new traps that you can play with. Oh, look at this. There's new cosmetic items to really make your dungeons look cool, you know? Stuff like that. That is one part of it. In Meteor Maker, for instance, and I wish that the game had been better designed because it was a genuinely cool concept. I am also very happy. I was super close to actually buying it, but then I didn't. Because I was like, well, wait, this is just, it is based on community. Like, this game requires the community to be engaged. And where have I seen that before? All right, the mighty quest for epic loot. And nowadays I know where that is. It's defunct. It's not working. Voice is doing stuff. I need to cough. I need to stop doing that clearing my voice thing, you know? Clearing my throat thing is not working. Yeah, if you look at existing and functioning live service games, look at League of Legends. League of Legends is a free-to-play title, has great cosmetics that people want to purchase, but also it's a game that is severely addicting. The rank system is super toxic and creates a problem for the community, but also it's at a size that works, and they can afford to not update, to not add updates too frequently, like new items, etc. Typically, new features as well, new map changes and all of that typically get added. Should you get you some ginger honey tea, helps keep the throat clear. I've got some ginger lemon tea over here, which also helps, but I need to I need to actually cough, but I didn't manage. That was like half cough, half clearing my throat. But after doing that, my voice is now cleared. And it's actually better to do the cough than to do a throat clearing, you know? There you go. But I also didn't mute this time around when I did that because I wanted to showcase it, kind of, you know? Even doing that is better for your voice than doing the because the sound is actually really bad for your vocal cords and puts a lot of strain on it. It's what you get with stuff like MOBAs. Once there are enough champions and gear on the roster, you see different setups almost every game. Exactly. But also even like that, you know, sometimes players do downright weird stuff. Yeah, exactly. But like, even then, there's a big season update. Nowadays, there's a split and then there's another split and they introduce new mechanics into the new splits and everything, you know, big changes like that. And every 2 weeks, there's a patch with balancing stuff and it works. And it works because the core gameplay loop keeps the player base engaged enough to not get bored of it. And then eventually you've got the preseason and you've got the season and then new stuff is added. And now they're even, instead of like introducing just, oh, there's a new change, there's a bunch of new items or whatever. Instead, they've got thematic updates. So right now they've got the season of Welcome to Noxus is what the current season is called. And it's a Noxus themed, or Noxus being a region of the world, you know, themed expansion that has a lot of lore, has new champions and mechanics. There's Atakan in the game now. as a new objective that only spawns once and only one team can get it. There's the feats of strength, which are objectives that you get, and whoever gets 2 out of 3 first essentially ends up getting an upgrade to their boots, which is very interesting. It's a new way of getting stronger, because at full build you can't get stronger anymore, right? But with the boots you get basically a little bit more than what your enemy has, which can make or break a game, but isn't a huge difference. It is, however, a difference. What they also made is that the turrets no longer shoot magic, but they're actually cannon towers from Noxus. The map looks slightly different, and there's a lot of small changes like that that do actually introduce a lot of like lore mechanics and whatnot, you know. Besides that, however, we also got the Demon's Hand, we got Arena, we've got different game modes and mini event thingies, and comics actually came out as well, and that's fantastic, and that's something that works because League of Legends is massive. But a game like the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot eventually got stumped because Ubisoft was like, yeah, we don't really want to give more money to this. It's not making enough, you know, so we're going to stomp it altogether. It's what I get with stuff like Mobile. Once there are enough champions and gear on the roster, you see different setups almost every game. Yeah, definitely. And sometimes they do weird stuff. That's fair. And even when they don't do big changes regularly, they will usually have a rotation of events to spice things up occasionally. Exactly. You know, Riot's here, going to look for a bit. Do that. Enjoy work it. Hope you have a fantastic time. But yeah, a lot of games like that need either steady updates or events, you know? And Meteor Maker didn't have either. Meteor Maker got updates here and there, but it was like, oh, it comes in one big swoop, you know? It comes a lot of things maybe, but it wasn't enough, you know, to keep people engaged. But also at the same time, it didn't have a player base like, oh, build this and everything, you know? I don't know, even if the developers added like procedurally generated levels by ghost players, like players that didn't actually exist, you know, like just, oh, this is a developer and everything, you know, with a randomly generated name, whatever. And it's like, oh, it's got a few corridors and here's a trap and all of that. And the trap placement is sort of procedurally generated. And then the developer just needs to play through it or look over it and see, oh yeah, that's possible. Let's do that. Just add it. And then the players can try that and think, oh, there's so many buildings. Oh, there's some cool, interesting ideas here. Aloft is a great game that introduces that has these islands that feature a bunch of weathered old buildings and ruins and whatnot. And in those ruins, you can find some very, very cool things. For instance, there is a floor that is placed on the ground with some triangular like foundations off to the sides, you know, on one side and the other side. And it makes it look like a little bit of a boat, but it's actually a table, you know, and there's seats, like these cushions with leaf cloth made, you know, around it. There's on top of it, there's a carpet, you know, which looks like a tablecloth. And besides that, you know, there's like light sources. And it looks like an actual like table that you could sit at, you know, that is custom made. It's not the tables that exist. It's very fun. You can shape it however you want. Similarly, the game also features foundations that are placed in weird ways, but they work. And then you can be like, oh, interesting, I'll use it for my own build. Or for instance as well, I've seen one thing where the developers actually clipped let me just put up the music a bit because it's kind of quiet, you know. There we go. Let's go with the esports soundtrack because it's amazing. There's one place where that was yesterday actually. Yesterday or the day before that, when we played Aloft on stream, I noticed that in one place there was a stone block inside a room, a small stone block, and there was a lamp actually clipped through that stone block's surface. And it looks like a stove because the upper part is where the light comes out and it's round like a stove. Oh, you could think, oh, wow, that's like a fire. And you would just put a pan over it, theoretically, you know? And it works, so I integrated that into my very own building. I stole that idea, and it's really fun and actually cool. And stuff like that is pretty nice in games like that, where you can build your own stuff. Like in Minecraft, for instance, as well, there's the jungle temples, which show you essentially, they will show you essentially how tripwires work, and how you can set a combination lock with or traps with levers and whatnot, and how redstone works. The ancient cities that are down below with the warden and everything actually have a plethora of mechanics, redstone thingies, built in different places that are kind of broken and everything, but they show you how redstone work. It's like a tutorial kind of on redstone. And that is really cool. And I like it when small things like that are added to the game that show the player indirectly, within universe like reasons and everything, how different mechanics work, or give the player inspiration. And if the developers of Meteor Maker, for instance, or the developers of the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot were to just design their own dungeons and put them into the game, disguised as player-made dungeons, people could take inspiration from it and see, oh wow, this is pretty cool. I should build something similar. Oh wow, this is a very interesting way of building this. Oh, you can actually make it look pretty and also build an efficient trap design? Huh. Oh, this is actually really fun. I should probably include that in my own things. Similarly, have rewards for creating a good dungeon, perhaps by giving people a thumbs up, on the dungeon, or a rating, like there's a rating system in place, oh, this dungeon is very efficient, so it's got like a lot of skulls, because it killed a lot of people, but also this dungeon has got a lot of high ratings, because it seems like honor, like you can honor the player who built this dungeon that you just rated based on how much fun it was and everything. And dungeons that suck, you wouldn't get much honor, etc., etc. You would see a clear percentage, basically, and you would see a thumbs up number for this level. And as a result, the player who gets their build basically gets shown to more people, but also, yeah, you got to have some kind of incentive for people to build something that folks enjoy. Exactly. So part of it will be, oh, clear percentage for this one is super low, so people want to play it and beat it. And also, oh, a lot of people enjoyed this level and gave it a thumbs up. This level is probably a lot of fun, so let's play that. And similarly, maybe the players who do get the thumbs up and everything, they maybe get some extra decorations, for instance, or bonus resource and stuff. The big mistake in Mighty Quest was to make it purely antagonistic. Yeah, like you're defending against those greedy kings, but you're also a greedy king, so you want more, and hence you'll fight against others and beat their dungeons to then come in and steal their loot, to use your own loot, to use it to make your dungeon stronger and beat those greedy kings. It's like purely antagonistic. You can't have alliances or anything like that. Imagine if two players could combine their castles, create a guild, with shared resources but a shared cap, so creating hence bigger dungeons. That would be very interesting. Didn't have that though, and it's a shame, truly. Also, I really feel like sneezing, but it's not letting me do it. There's a shy sneeze right there. Well, not even talking about alliances. You're talking about the motivation of a designer. Yeah, I mean, what I mean is just, that would be part of it that would actually add to the experience, I do agree that it's purely antagonistic because you're just trying to finish off the enemy. You're trying to defend against them, etc., etc. You don't have chances to make friends you didn't have chances to make friends in the Mighty Quest for Epic Loot, really. You would just tell your friends about it, basically, if that makes sense. You would get your friends to also play it, but you wouldn't actually find new friends in there, if that makes sense. But also, there was no encouragement to make a fun dungeon. You just needed to make an efficient dungeon, and hence a meta forms, and hence there's a lot of traps in the beginning and stuff like that, where you just try to make it so that all you front load the bad stuff, and eventually it's just a very annoying maze, A designer's only goal is to kill the player, and like, if you ever played D&D, the Dungeon Master goal is not to kill the party. Exactly, it's to create a good story. So yeah, I get that. It's part of the problem. One part is it's purely antagonistic in that it's hard to build a community when everyone hates each other. Does that make sense? And the other part is, as you mentioned right there as well, that your only the goal is to kill the player. And that's because all your loot is the stuff that gets stolen. I mean, they don't steal all your loot, but they steal a percentage of it, and that's pretty bad, right? So what I would have said, maybe, okay, perhaps you could, I don't know, have a level that has a certain amount. You just said it yourself, and that's something I was thinking of. I was designing stuff for a game that I want to make eventually about a mimic, that is in a dungeon or whatever, and wants to entice adventurers to come in to then, so that they loot your dungeon. But you can't kill too many, because otherwise they'll send stronger and stronger adventurers and even the Kingdom's Knights. But you also can't kill too few because you have your own upkeep and something like that, like a management kind of game. But I don't know how to make games yet, so I'll need to continue learning Godot. Honestly, I've been going through documentation lately, but I've put a bit of a pause on it because of exams phase and everything, But yeah, you think I've seen a game concept like that a couple of times? Yeah, I am pretty sure I've seen similar stuff as well before. But I'm not. I wouldn't be able to put my finger on it, like on the polls. I wouldn't know the name of any game like that. I've seen anime like that though. Not anime, manga, and that one hasn't gotten updated in ages, which is truly a shame. It's part of where your ideas for improvement for Mighty Quest come from. Yeah, like, I don't know, make it so that, you give a reward, for instance, to players that can clear your dungeon, like a bounty. And when they clear it, you have to pay that. But if it's too low, people want to clear it. It means you also don't get attempts, Yeah, don't remember games names off the head of you. Seeing too many games over the years. Exactly. It's like a bit weird, but I would love it if there was stuff like that, More often, kind of managey games that are about, I don't know, cool stuff. Anyways, that was Uplay. Watch Dogs, it was an interesting one because it was like, you're a hacker and there's story and everything. But honestly, you can hack the wildest things, You would just hack people and steal their money. You would hack traffic lights and then cause crashes. And I'm like, and it was perfectly like a good example of, for revenge you do all these bad things, but the ends don't justify the means, if that makes sense, And by the end of it, you suck as a character, And Watch Dogs 2 apparently was like more of the same, but bigger in scale, but also worse as a story, it seems. I'm not sure. I've not heard good things about it, but I also wouldn't remember much. I haven't played either. So it was cool that Watch Dogs 2 was free at some point on Epic Games. And I own Watch Dogs 1 on Steam. So I'll eventually play these. And it's going to be fun. But when I enter that sort of open world era, also honk to you, Kino, honk off. when I eventually get to like open world-ish games and stuff, we'll play like Skyrim, we'll play Oblivion and Morrowind, we'll play the Shadow of War series, which isn't exactly open world, but it's fantasy. So we could go from the Shadow of War series to Skyrim to eventually games like Watch Dogs and stuff, But yeah, basically as a dungeon designer, you're building an entertainment park where the adventurers have to go home with a souvenir or two. They have to go be thrilled to and challenged, but if they don't come back, you won't get more people checking out how cool the place is. Exactly. I think a game that does stuff like that really well is Mario Maker. Super Mario Maker? Was it called Super Mario Maker? I think it's Super Mario Maker. Red Mage plays it a lot. And it's very interesting to see like, people are building a lot of levels and then going through it bit by bit and stuff. And it's very fun, probably. Like to just contest and everything. And you see as well, like people can give a thumbs up, which is like encouragement. Oh, this was good, a good level. And highly rated levels will essentially receive a thumbs, will receive more recognition. But at the same time, you would see the completion rate and whatnot, and that would encourage people to try it out. Yeah, the Mario Makers had a great community of builders. Yeah, exactly. So, but honestly, I'm not sure if that would be my type of game, with Mario Maker itself, because I don't like 2D platformers too much. Platforming in general isn't great, but like crawling a dungeon, pretty cool stuff. Origin, I own Dead Space, the non-remake. So I could eventually play that, and then the remake, we could play. I was thinking of playing that in March, but I didn't end up playing it, so I'll have to eventually play that. Battlefield. I've never played a Battlefield game, but apparently I own Battlefield 3 and 4. Besides that, Knockout City is a game that I own apparently. Star Wars Squadrons, Sims 4, Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare 2, Plants vs. Zombies, Game of the Year Edition. I also own it on Steam. Speaking of Steam, there's Steam World Dig. Speaking of Dig, there's Mass Effect 2, which I briefly played, and I really dug it, but then I never came back to it. But I own the Legendary Edition on Steam, I believe, so I'm looking forward to playing that eventually. Syndicate is something that I want to play eventually. It's the 1993 game, and I have no idea what this game is about, but look at it. It looks kind of cute. The aim of the game is to spread the dark stain of your Syndicate's color across the entire surface of the globe. The world map is divided into various territories. From your home base in Europe, you invade adjacent territories, and through the violent subterfuge of your agents, wrestle them from rival syndicates. Having done so, raise taxes on the locals to increase your profits and punish them for serving the wrong syndicate. Cool. Apparently I played 26 minutes 10 years ago, so that's fun. But yeah, like quite a few levels were just crap, but there were so many ingenious and funny levels, and you are looking for those gems. Exactly. Even the troll levels, as you mentioned, Sherry, and community has become pretty welcoming over the years, more going for trolls that are basically magic tricks to make you laugh or wonder rather than just randomly kill you. Yeah, I mean, like, even with, like, there's obviously the chill levels where you do literally nothing, but it's kind of funny. There's the troll levels that just punish you for every single thing out there. And then there's the platforming levels that are genuinely meant to be just platforming. And then there's also the puzzle levels where you get like an escape room, basically. And that is super interesting. And it serves a bunch of different people. A bunch of different people enjoy different parts of those games. And it attracts a bunch of folks, Epic Games, obviously, I own a lot of games because they were free, and I got them. Cave Story is a game that I want to play eventually on stream, and I do want to focus soon. Again, like when I mentioned it, I didn't finish my thought earlier. Right, so this weekend I'll be gone. That's why we're streaming today and Wednesday and Tuesday and Monday, We might even stream tomorrow because I'm only leaving for my parents' place on Saturday. We'll see. But I will probably be gone from Saturday until Thursday or Friday. I'll see about that. But I want to think a bit about what I do in terms of like streaming and whatnot. We've been playing through franchises and stuff, and that's cool. But I didn't like the direction, I was going. How would you describe my stream? How would I describe my stream? I would say I have a focus on indie games and roguelikes. I do art streams and I do chatting. I do true variety, basically, showcasing a lot of different games, and all of that, and trying to keep a very chill community. But for what it's worth, I've been playing Bayonetta and Devil May Cry and whatnot, and those are not indie and those are not chill, and they're great games. So yeah, Shadow, it's good to see you. Hi. How are you doing today? Hope you're well. So I want to kind of rethink how I how I describe myself, and also what kind of games we'll play. So for the time being, like we'll do when I come back from my parents' place next week, we'll do our art log. We'll start our art log on Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure yet. One of the two. And we'll be playing Pokemon Crystal, which is the second generation remake of Gold and Silver, if that makes sense. So I believe it's Gen 3, technically speaking, but I'm not entirely sure. Either way, you kind of have many troubles with sleeping, or rather getting to sleep. Other than that, though, you're all right now. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry to hear about your trouble sleeping. Sleeping sucks. It's difficult. But yeah. So yeah, I have like a lot of plans, and I want to put more of a focus on indie games, so we'll be playing a bunch of those games that, like Cave Story over here, that we've not played, The Bridge, Dandara, Trials of Fear edition. Look at that. There's Dark, for instance, which is an interesting game. The End is Nigh is not a game that we'll play, but Nog, I don't know what that is. Hello Neighbor, never played. I think we've done it one stream for like an hour or something, and I got frustrated. Little Inferno, I loved playing through that a while ago, and we've not played it again, so I want to play it again sometime. Hue or Limbo as well. There's Minute, we've played through Minute before. Mutazione, for instance, a bunch of visual novels are out there. Slime Ranger is a game that I should play more of. We'll have chill games. We'll have one playthrough of sorts, like the Pokemon art log and stuff. Stuff like that. I'm looking forward to doing more of. So look forward to that. Just need to make sure you get some sleep each night, or bad things happen, because prolonged lack of sleep causes issues. Obviously, wow, you have a lot of games. I do have 2,263 games, just on Steam, Epic Games, GOG, and Origin. The GOG amount has actually increased a fair bit. Let me just quickly go through that right here. I don't know what the filters are about GOG. There we go. GOG in particular has like so many. Hold up. There we go. What is this over here? 9 Years of Shadows. Haha, look, it's Shadow Search. 9 Years of Shadows. Not quite. The name is not that old, but eventually. Galaxy lists $16.99 for you under owned. Nice. Yeah, like we'll get through the games eventually. Baldur's Gate 2. Never played. They were free at some point, so I got them. Close of the Sun is a game that I want to play because it's an indie game. I believe it's by a German dev studio as well. Koromon, Dark Deity, which is a great RPG series, especially if you like Fire Emblem. And I believe it's currently free on Prime Gaming, if you want to check that out for yourself. Dredge is another one that we'll play through eventually on stream. Look, it's Dungeon Keeper 2 that I now own on GOG as well, and Dungeon Keeper Gold. In fact, you could say that this is the game for today, if it runs. We'll see. It's right now downloading, at least. And now the background is red because of Dungeon Keeper 2. You have 657 between GOG, Steam, and Epic. Nice. Ooh, Dungeon Keeper. Yeah, that was the plan for today. 199. I don't know what. 19. Nice. What? Oh, 169. Oh, nice. Gotcha. I see. Sure. Sorry, I struggled there. Ghost Song is another one that I've seen. I've seen Agi play that for like 2 hours or something. He played through it, but I just watched him play it for a while, and I wanted to do that. Giants Citizen Kabuto was a game that I played a while ago, I believe, if I remember correctly. Or not. Maybe this is... What game am I thinking of? I played some game on GOG ages ago. Oh, you win so many games. Look, it's Just Cause. Just Cause is great, man. Cafe Rain, I've never played. Eventually we'll have our point and click series going on, you know? We'll eventually play through all sorts of... Is it GOG right now still? I think so, right? Eventually we'll go through our games that are point and click and stuff, and then showcase those, you know? Like Treasure Adventure game, which I got a demo, I believe, for on GOG, which was nice. The Ultima series is an RPG series. We'll play those eventually, maybe. I don't know. Look, it's The Witcher Enhanced Director's Cut. I hated it. The first game. Xenonauts. Warsaw. Oh, look, The Whispered World. Actually, good series, I've heard, you know. Whateverland. Played it a while ago. Got it for free from the devs. And it was an enjoyable point and click game. Talos Principle, which I believe is made by the guys who also... Team Crow, who also made Serious Sam. There's Siberia. I've never played the Siberia games. You know. You love the OG Witcher, but then you're a bit of sucker for weird systems. Yeah, I hated the combat. It was really unintuitive, unfun. You could miss so easily, etc. I hated the way that women turned into literal trophies. Stuff like that, you know? Dungeon Keeper, you just bought that? Nice. Did you buy it on GOG or Steam? Because it doesn't run on Steam. Quad Protect while battling while Pokemon. At least Protect doesn't work on Pokeballs. GOG, fantastic. Yeah, most games don't work on Steam. That don't work on Steam work on GOG, actually. I don't know why exactly, but hey. GOG stands for Good Old Games. For a reason. Quake 2 Original, Reality Break. Planet of Lana is the one that I saw a while ago on the Indie Summer Fest or something. I don't know. Mountain Blade, the Mafia games. I played one of these games. I'm not sure which one it was. I think it was the original one. No. Maybe it was the second Mafia game. No. Maybe it was the third Mafia game. Because why wouldn't it have been the third? No, wait. Maybe it was this definitive edition. No. Maybe it just doesn't show my playtime because they didn't track it back then. I played some GOG game a while ago. That was fun. That was like a weird retro platformer. I'm pretty sure I own Turok on GOG, actually. This Chasm the Rift. I'm pretty sure I played this, though. Yeah. What a fun little game. Yeah. Also, Overload is a great game. Is it? Overlord or Overload? Hold up. Overload. Oh, there's the gunk. Heroes Hour is an interesting one. Oh, look, it's in Unipop, which is a fantastic game. Fun fact, the developer of Unipop is friends with the developer of Welcome to the Game. And got Welcome to the Game, game's developer, actually into game dev. LMNOP. Let's see. LMNOOO. Neverwinter Nights, Abduction. Abduction was the alien one, right? Was it like a horror game? I'm not entirely sure anymore. They brought you Mist and Riven. The new worlds of Abduction reveal their secrets only as you explore, coax and consider them. As you bask in the otherworldly beauty, explore the enigmatic landscapes. Remember that the choices you make will have substantial consequences. This is your story now. It's a puzzle game. Point and click puzzle game. Interesting, interesting. I've not played Mist yet. Or the other one. Oddworld. I love Oddworld. Outcast. Outer World. Outlast. Overcooked. Overload. This is the demo. Playable teaser. Similar to this, Shattered Steel. I don't know what I'm looking at. Not gonna lie. Like, are these screenshots from cutscenes? Is this the game? Are you a ship flying around, or is this like your first person, etc.? I don't know. 6 Degree of Freedom shooter from the creators of Descent. Oh, I've heard good things about. It's a game like Descent. I've heard good things of Descent. Do I own Descent though? No, I don't think so. Right? Dishonored. Never played Dishonored. I know. Preposterous. Yep, you're flying a ship into a mine and destroy bots and then escape. I see, I see. So, like... What was it called? Star Fox. I don't know why I struggled to find the word Star Fox in my brain, but it was somewhere in there. Deus Ex. Human Revolution. Mankind Divided. In Deus Ex 2. Invisible War. Deus Ex Goatee Edition. Where do I start, actually? I feel like Deus Ex 2 comes after Deus Ex, but is Human Revolution and Mankind Divided, are those the newer games? Because, like, the graphics, like, on the art, and it looks different. You know? Like, this looks kind of cool. Also, what kind of game is it? I see mechs. I'm a fan. Also, likes it, so probably like it too. This one also looks fairly new. Like, damn, son. Damn, son. Damn, double cheeseburger. Yeah, this is definitely what I need to play first. And then there's Invisible War, which is probably... Yeah, this is definitely what I need to play second. Gotcha. Sub-Level 0 is another 6 DOF game. 6 Degrees of Freedom game in the same vein as Descent and Overload. So 6 Degrees of Freedom is like you can fly around kind of, but like a rail shooter sort of things, you know? I assume. We'll see. Not like a rail shooter at all. No, I mean like as in Star Fox is a rail shooter, you know? But you can fly around to the edges of your screen in those like 6 directions. Instead of just cardinal directions, you also have like the... You can mix them kind of. I don't know how to explain it. All directions on the screen, but you're not actually heading left and right, you know, but just forward. That kind of stuff? Or is it like you actually have movement and fly around? You can go backwards if you want to and retreat. You know? Maybe? I don't know how to explain it, so that's why I'm wondering. But that's it. I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a bit. And then I'm going to play Dungeon Keeper if it works on GOG. Which it should. It should play. I only played so far Dungeon Keeper Gold. I remember really liking it. So yeah, we'll play Dungeon Keeper 2. 60 over means you can fly forward, backwards, sideways, as well as rotate upwards and downwards and roll sideways. Oh, I see. Nice. So it's like, yeah, the last thing I mentioned. Basically means you can move in any and all directions. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't played too many of those games. Hammer of the Gods. I'm getting distracted, but I know. What is this? When I see this, I think of do 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 do. Okay, I don't know. Age of War, the game, the Flash game, and rotate around any axis. Nice. Wasn't there a Star Wars one that was like that? I forgot what it was called. Can't remember. I've seen someone play it. But yeah, hand 6 degrees of freedom, movement on the X, Y, and Z axis, as well as rotation around all three of them. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've not really gotten into those for what it's worth, but eventually. What is happening? Downloads. So it's installed. Fantastic. We'll be playing it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. But first, we'll take a little break. We'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself, perform magic if needed. See to it that it'll take care of all your basic needs. And then we'll talk a little bit about some stuff and see if a game works and all of that. And I'll see you momentarily. Now you kind of want to play those games again. Nice. Do that. Do that. But yeah, thanks a lot for joining in. Appreciate you all greatly. I hope you have a fantastic time so far. And I'll see you in a bit. Do we just put on... Let's just... Let's do a little chill music again. I'll see you in a bit. Wow. Alrighty, we're back again. And we're gonna head into Dungeon Keeper. Or rather, we'll see if it works. It probably does. I see Augie has played it for 5 hours 3 years ago, and it's doing the black screen thing. And then it's not working. Or is it working? Maybe it's working. It's kind of grayed out right now. It's doing the black screen thing again, and now it's not working again. Why is it not working again? I feel bad because I paid money for this. GOG, Dungeon Keeper 2, not working. So Dungeon Keeper is a DO5 game and runs via DOS, a DO5 box, or is it DOS? Oh, it's a DOS game. Well, Dungeon Keeper 2 is a native Windows game. That's why you are experiencing a different behavior. Try to run the game in compatibility mode. Dungeon Keeper. Wait. I don't think I need to. Hold up. Manage installation, show folder. Run as administrator. Let's see if that works. It's not working. What do I do? How do I... Wait, no. Works for me, huh? How do I run in compatibility mode? Troubleshoot compatibility. You're on Win 11 latest and it's working fine. Yeah, I'm working on Win 10 here. So maybe that's gonna do it. Test the program. Recommended compatibility is 8. Do-do-do. Properties? Compatibility. Hold up. Windows XP or Vista? Windows XP. No. Sorry about the window sounds. There seem to be a Windows-specific 10 issues according to Google for this game. That's wild. 95. Apply. Let's try. Maybe. It's not doing the thing it did before. Yeah, it's not working. Alright! Dungeon Keeper, Dungeon Keeper, Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper. Gold. Let's try that. If it's not working, we'll just play Aloft again. Or Mudborn. We could play Mudborn. I guess it would be nice. Now, Dungeon Keeper. Gold. Worked on my laptop a while ago. That was, however, for... the download was just super quick just now, but it's not working. Which is it worked on my laptop like a few years ago. Why is it trying to force full screen? Oh wait. Nice. Nice, it's doing something. Dungeon Keeper, deeper dungeons, no CD audio, sound settings, language settings. Let's do dungeon. That seems... It's tiny. Also very loud. Fix for loudness. Well, Dungeon Keeper 2, Dungeon Keeper 1 it is. Do I go into retro or do I go into Dungeon Keeper as a category? I think retro is fine. I don't know when I'm supposed to start, but it's iconic. Okay, options. Define keys, etc. Hold up, what happens when I do this? Okay, and then I need to do... Okay, that was a mistake. All is good. Again. Transform. Center. Nice. Start new game.
Ever smile. Set in the realm of joy, the people of Eversmile are plagued only by aching facial muscles, and not anthrax as we had hoped. Eversmile is a disgusting land of good humor and polite frivolity.
Options. Sensitivity. Why would I want to invert my mouse? I swear, whoever thought of making this the mouse cursor is evil. I can't change any of these settings. For Dungeon Keeper 2, make sure direct play is enabled in settings for Windows 10. Oh, I have no clue about that, so... Win 10 does not always ship with direct play by default. I see, I see. The first thing the keeper needs is somewhere to keep gold. When it's been mined out of a rock by his imps, to create a treasure room. Select the treasure room icon from the rooms panel and fill... Oh boy, this is rough, man.
Your entrails will decorate the dark alcove of my domain.
Let's restart for now. The audio is making my ears hurt. Because you already have a link in question. I mean, if you want, you can send it to me, but I won't be able to. I won't look at it today. If that makes sense. Sound settings. MIDI music none. Select and configure MIDI music driver. Hold up, I can show you what I'm seeing. Boop. Select and configure digital audio driver. Alrighty, let's see if it works now, because there was like some serious audio issues earlier. Force, there we go. Start new game. Here we go. We also stretched it because otherwise minimal movement would move me ages ago. Audio seems better. Restart seems to have worked there. They need somewhere to keep gold when it's been mined out of a rock by his imp. To create a treasure room, select the treasure room icon from the rooms panel and fill the empty area to the west with treasure room tiles.
You need a bigger treasure home. You have tunneled into a new area.
Oh, damn. There we go. Greedily done, Keeper. You need to turn some of your dungeon into a lair. Lairs are where creatures rest and recover. The area your imps just mined out would be an ideal spot for some creatures to lurk. Select one of... I don't think so. There's my treasure room is in that area. I see we need the paths for that. Dig a tunnel that connects to the portal in the north. Portals appear on the map as flashing squares until they are claimed. Creatures only use portals claimed by a keeper. Fantastic. Your very first minion has arrived. It's a giant fly. It can spit corrosive vomit at your enemies, and its wings grant the hideous insect the speed to intercept the most nimble trespassers. These are riches, and over here we've got nothing of importance, but oh look, it's water. Cool. A beetle has scuttled into your realm. It's tough enough to absorb a lot of damage. Like most creatures, beetles require food. Dig out a new area, select the hatchery icon, and create your hatchery. Tasty snacks will soon emerge from its enchanted soil. Imps fortify your walls to prevent intruders tunneling. If you want to create more imps, go to the research panel. Select the imp icon and left click anywhere in your dungeon. Each imp you create costs more than the previous one. Nice. Man, I haven't played this game in so long. Let's increase our hatchery for now. New creature in the dungeon. There's a portal, there's a lair. Probably can increase the lair size a little bit more. I miss this game.
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
Yeah, I'm on it. We can probably just do that. Increase approaches. Seek gaps in your fortifications in order to gain entry to your dungeon. A white trail on the map indicates their progress. Click on the icon at the top of the control panel to see a bigger map. Gotcha, gotcha.
The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Tasty snacks. Where did they come from?
Your minions are winning a battle.
This is where they came from.
The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are under attack.
Stop it.
Your creatures are under attack.
How do I rotate the map?
Your gold reserves are running low. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
Savor your first victory while you can. You have attracted the wrath of the lord of this realm. His party will soon be here. Well, what do I do then? You know, I don't have any gold. Claimed area. I don't see any gold or anything like that in the vicinity.
Beware, the lord of the land approaches.
We shall cast you back into the shadows, Keeper.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are under attack. Your gold reserves are running low. Your creatures are falling in battle.
Here we go. No, not our creatures. It's fine. They're serving a purpose.
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Okay, just reposition some of them. It's fine. Oh well, there's more where they come from. Exactly. Now, I don't know how to zoom out of the map.
Your minions are winning a battle.
Oh, like so?
Conquer this realm.
Nice. Can you slap the Lord? Maybe. I'm not sure. There is no one to prevent you from obliterating this nauseating realm and expand your empire into a neighboring land. Nice. Success. The land is yours. Please press space to proceed to the next realm. Cool, cool. Moving on. Bullfrog. Magi. High score table. Nice. Good old times when games had those. That weren't just all about beating each other's scores, but also had other mechanics
in which
in
the
there.
prosperous citizens have no gripes or moans. Sadly, even the children are happy and secure. This is because they aren't punished for non-existent crimes.
The camera movement is rough, man. Remember the lessons you learned in Brana Hawk. You must build a treasure room, a lair, and a hatchery, and you will need to claim a portal. Build rooms in squares of at least 9 tiles to increase the efficiency of a room. Fantastic. Can build a layer over there. Oh, that's a lot of gold, man.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
Audio glitching is wild. Sorry about that. It's hurting my ears. I'm not sure. Can you slap the Lord in this game? Probably. Where do we build the hatchery? Like, we could do that. We can do this. Let's build our layers over there for now. Gold looking alright. We can get all of this gold later on. There's a portal. We probably should have a layer like close to a portal actually, now I think about it, but I do believe also this is useful. Here you go. Shiny gold. Yes, but also greed, you know. Ah, it's fine.
An entrance has been claimed.
You mean the portal, right? I'm not sure. Probably should go into our spells and summon. Do this. We'll need to make your creatures stronger in a training room. Your creatures can hone their fighting skills. Maybe we'll do that, actually, closer to a portal. Keeper, allow your imps time to fortify the walls of your dungeon. This increases the efficiency of rooms and repels would-be intruders. Nice. Maybe we'll also get another imp. Here we go. I believe that if we build the room up to the walls, these get fortified quicker or something. But I don't remember exactly. Okay, get rid of the outside edge, essentially. We can leave some for later, but we don't need to worry about that just yet. Rib chickens. Our guys are getting stronger. We're summoning stuff using portals. There's a lot of gold here. We don't have research enabled yet. More gold. Possessed creature. Ooh.
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
You were already working on it. Let's do that for now. I want him to literally just dig out here. Expand the training room as well so that more people can train at the same time. And it's all much more efficient, you know. The lair is getting expanded, which is very, very good. We can spend some gold here and it should be good. We have a lot of gold after all. Nice, I guess. Can ignore that for now, I guess. There are too many orders, they'll get confused. Heroes are already underway. Make sure your creatures are well trained and ready for the attack. The heroes you will face in this realm are tougher than those you met beneath Branahaug. Okay, we'll take the chance. To just summon a bunch of these. Okay, these guys are just... they keep going. It's fine. I want them to enhance, like, enforce the walls over here. What are you doing?
The enemy has broken through your walls. Your creatures are under attack. You have tunneled into a new area.
Oh, nice.
Your minions are winning a battle.
I probably...
You have taken control of a new room. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack.
Where, though? Where are they falling?
You need a bigger treasure room.
Go, my imps. Just make big expenses happen.
Your creatures are under attack.
Now I don't need a bigger room anymore.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
They're attacking over here.
Your minions are winning a battle.
Where are they coming from, if that's the case? Oh, this is...
Your creatures are falling in battle.
Where? Over here. But I don't see no...
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack.
I don't want you to die. Yet. I'm pretty caring. Look at how caring I am.
Your minions are winning a battle.
Wait a minute. There's water here. There's a creek. There's more water here. That's another creek.
The enemy has broken through your walls.
A breach? Where? This isn't really... Oh, they're over here. No, that's not good. Let's replenish some of our gold here. They are like currently increasing our defenses here, but there's some folks coming through here, and I'm a bit scared about that. Not really scared, but like, you know. They're like super confused about the walls, the layout here.
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Let's do this.
Your minions are winning a battle. Your minions are winning a battle.
Nice. Let's expand this for now. It's gonna be a very big training hall, you know, it's gonna be very extravagant, it's gonna be huge, you know, it's gonna be huge. A very huge training hall, the greatest good in games. Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be a huge training hall. The biggest great training hall. The best training hall. And right now they're like, you know, if they want to eat, they go through this room and then go this way, you know. I don't want that. I want them to have a very easy time getting through. You know, getting to the food place. We could build a food place over here, I guess, you know. I get it.
Are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
Is this where they're falling? Did they breach?
Are falling in battle.
They're falling in battle. Over here somewhere. No. Over here? No.
Creatures are under attack.
But I want having a swim. You come back. Where are you going? Following the river, probably. To get to this place, possibly. We're running a bit low on gold, so I'm just gonna dig this up. I'm scared of payday. Because I'm expanding a lot. And I'm trying to expand my forces, you know. Oh.
Reserves are running low.
Yeah, I've noticed. For what it's worth, could sell stuff. But I don't think it matters much, right? I'm getting some gold, but it's not enough, really. So I'm wondering if we could find another treasure room. More than anything, we need to find the enemy. Wait a minute. Is this where they are? That's a portal. Can I build like a thing across here?
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
You fell right into my trap. That's my lair. We're bleeding money.
Your minions are winning a battle. Beware, the Lord of the Land approaches.
In the name of all that is good, we shall defeat you.
There we are. Sir Whoopers came.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle.
Oh, that's not good.
Creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle.
Oh, that's not good. Can't have him falling. They need to stand.
Creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle.
I don't know why I did this.
Creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle.
I'm trying to bait him far away.
Your gold reserves are running low.
What happens when I'm out of gold? Will I have a mutiny?
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. You have conquered this realm.
I did it. I helped. No remaining things left. Oh boy, somehow made it through that. Magi. There we go. Oh boy.
Water
Fun
dream
stuff.
war.
literally like kited the enemy until one of mine spawned the beetles, mostly because they are very tanky. And then I came back and attacked it from the back. That's it. We'll take a little break here. We'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. Perform a med check if needed. And I'll see you momentarily after we little break. I'll need my tea. Okay, and if you want to check out the game for yourself, don't grab it on Steam. And I'll see you in a bit. Alrighty, we're back again. And we're heading back into the game. Hope it doesn't crash or anything, because old game, you know. Okay, all is good. Life is good. I never actually got past like the second level after the tutorial, you know? Like this level here, never got past it. Okay, they're all big enough. Cramped conditions do nothing for the morale of your minions. Alrighty. One, two, three.
You must build a treasure store gold.
Let's build this here. Abyssal, good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in.
You need a bigger treasure room.
I do need a bigger treasure room. Why, thank you for letting me know. One, two, three, five. Impenetrable rock. And there's a bunch of gold here as well. Is the game lagging or is it just you? It is lagging, yes. No, that's a blast from the past from you. Yeah, it's a blast from the past from me as well. Love this game. Where do I build my lair? We do have more gold over here.
An entrance has been claimed.
There's the portal. Released in 97. Yes, yes. Old game. I wasn't born then. But
You need to build a lair for your creatures.
But I still had a blast playing this. When I was younger. Beetle joint. The fly joint. We'll essentially build this up. Like the audio is lagging, Abyssal, because game is old. Once this is built, we'll build our hatchery over here, or maybe a training room. Yeah, let's build the training room here. Bum bum bum. Svar, good to see you. How you doing? This time has come. The time has come to build a library. We'll do that in a moment. First, we'll expand our hatchery so that we'll have some food and everything. By the way, find a way to play Silent Hill 2 now. Use DX11 instead of DX12. No game with DX12 runs well for you. That's wild. I'm sorry to hear about that. Svar, you just finished your last day of working? Nice. Did you have pizza? You mentioned that everyone's going out for pizza. Libraries are where new devices, room designs, and magic spells are researched. Make a library at least as big as the other rooms. Researchers like quiet too, so try to build your library off to the side of a corridor. Gotcha. In that case...
You need a bigger treasure room.
Where's our treasure room again? It's over here. Build some imps. Okay, you can't hold and select. I probably can. I just haven't tried yet. And I also like manually clicking a lot. No, it doesn't seem like I can. The Saint of Arcane Knowledge has lured a greedy warlock into your dungeon. Don't forget to train your warlocks occasionally. Their spell casting abilities make them fine long-range fighters. Your new library will attract creatures like warlocks who are interested in researching magic and dungeon design. These evil mages are real bookworms as well as being magically proficient themselves. Cool. Okay, what do we have over here? New creature in the dungeon. Fantastic.
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
Build this out. We'll increase the size of our training room and then just continue this. I don't know what the parameters mean here.
You need a bigger treasure room.
Let's expand our hatchery for now. Off we go. Falkenbach, how are you doing today? You were 15 at that time. Oh damn. Yeah, when I first played Dungeon Keeper, I think I was 12? New spell, Speed Monster. Already your research bears fruits. The speed creature spell has been perfected. Cast it on a creature and observe a dramatic increase in its speed. The effect wears off after a while. Gotcha. Will you train? Yes. Nice. So what we can do is can dig here for some gold gains. We'll just do this for now. Now would be an excellent time to train a warlock. Aren't we training warlocks already? Oh, we got one warlock that is training. I don't know what we'll do with this room, but we've got it now. Did I crash the game? I did do something. I think I crashed my VTuber model. Got lots of food right here. Yep. It's close. VTuber crash seems likely. Yep. That's fine. What we'll do instead is... Mouth open and perpetual horror. Definitely. I mean, to be fair, that's just me, I guess. That's just that. It's fine. Into the crypt sanctum I go. Where's my map? Where's my map?
Game saved.
Well, who needs a map anyways, right?
You need a bigger treasure room.
I don't know what happened. Maybe it's alt? No. Oh my god. I can slap a chicken.
Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are attacking the enemy.
I don't know what I did.
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle.
Nope. That's the wrong button.
Your creatures are
Let's close the game. Annoying. I mean, I'm glad I saved, but you know. No UI is weird. I don't even know why it did no UI there for a moment. Dungeon Keeper. Continue game.
Water dream.
Okay, I guess it restarted the level. This will be our treasure room.
You must build a treasure room to store gold.
Come on. We'll need a layer, we'll need food. Okay, this will be our one room.
An entrance has been claimed. You need to build a lair for your creatures.
For now, we'll just need the hatchery. And the layer build.
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
I know. I'm working on it. Perhaps we'll also need imps. Layer time. Fantastic. Okay, we'll continue building stuff up. This portal is like, it's got a lot of impenetrable walls. This it is for the library, off to the side, essentially. We'll have to increase our layer in size soon. But first we'll need to get these plants because there's unclaimed soil over here. Okay, hatchery it is. Bum bum. This over here is the library room. There we go. And over here we can build the library. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have to go. And then training room. I expect big gains. Nice. We can head over here and get these built. Just to expand the library. So I believe we'll get more warlocks that way. For now, I believe that's enough in terms of that. And
It is payday.
it's payday. People got paid a lot of money. They better do a lot of good work. I do wonder whether this is an arrow that points towards the enemies or something like that. Here we go. It couldn't be, right? We're building up stuff. We're getting people. Level 2. Let's chuck you in here for now and you'll do some research. Then we can see the progress bar over here fill up. Right, because we haven't unlocked that yet. We don't have any things yet. We have 2 warlocks. We're researching. I do wonder whether open room should be a concept here, you know? So let's expand a bit further.
A new spell has been researched. There is nothing left to research.
Up we go. So this way, we can get this later, but this over here will be like a clear-cut path that goes forward, and then eventually we'll hopefully find the enemies. That said, we do need to be a bit careful with our funds. I'm just gonna make this bigger for now. Again, I believe that fortified walls get constructed quicker if we do this. If we have it actually attached to a room and stuff.
You have tunneled into a new area. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack.
Into a new area, you say?
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling
Okay,
in battle.
here come the enemies.
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your dungeon heart is being attacked. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
The first wave of attackers lie hacked to pieces on the floor and give you domain that lived in feeling, but it surely won't be long before their kin launch another assault. Yeah, surely. What we shall do as such in responses, we'll dig out this stuff, the remaining gold, and hope that we can modify everything, fortify the walls and stuff. We're claiming this. Once we do claim it, we'll have vision over it when enemies start attacking us. There's a lot of gold here.
Approaches. We shall not tolerate your evil presence any longer. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling.
Vegas. So that's their base, and they're attacking from over there. I guess what we could do though is.
Creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are under attack.
I'm gonna attack the archer from here.
Minions are winning a battle. Your minions are winning a battle. You have conquered this realm.
But that's a heal spell. You meet with success yet again, Keeper. All those corpses will keep your hatcheries topsoft fertile. Topsoil fertile. Successful land is yours. Press space to proceed. Nice, that was good. Fun. Magic. I guess.
Flower hat. Polite bartering has led to extreme compassion and
Man.
a surfeit of contentment in this area.
Love
Not
me some
even a
Dungeon Keeper.
thick-skinned troll could survive the understanding and help these scummy people can provide.
It's janky, but I love it.
I'll take a break. I'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. Thanks a lot to everyone who's been hanging out today. Let me just give a little shout out to Abyssal and Falconbuck. Go check those guys out. They're pretty cool. We'll be back in a bit after a little break, and then we'll head into new territory for me, because I don't know. As a kid, I like never understood how to get through those levels. Believe it or not, I never got through that level as a kid. Either this one or the one after this. I remember having other units, so it probably is the level after this or the one after that one. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I'll be back momentarily. Please take care of yourself, perform a med check if needed. And I'll see you momentarily. Alright? Alright. Well. Okay, I'm back again. I've got more tea. I keep drinking the tea way too quickly, you know? And then I don't have any after an hour already. I'm like, oh, no. Do the thing again. Force full screen. Huzzah. Let's bring Doom to these people. I like games where you're the villain. It's kind of cool. It's cool. Unless you do like bad stuff. Build up your dungeon with the rooms available to you and claim the portal nearby. Do not yet venture north. Powerful adversaries lurk there. It would be wiser to not disturb them until you are prepared. All right. We do have a room over here. I don't know what this stuff is. I'm sure the game will tell me soon. Let's get the portal room. Yeah, I'm scared. The game warned me to not go this way.
Build a treasure to store gold.
How do we do this, layout-wise? I'm not sure what's the most efficient.
An entrance has been claimed.
Entrance. Oh, yeah, it's talking about this one. Get this. Enemies will begin setting in. Creatures will begin settling in soon enough.
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. And yeah, Shadows, if you're still around, thanks a lot for sending me that link. I'll look into Dungeon Keeper 2 and stuff. And Archivist, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you. How are you doing today? I wonder if grabbing this gold here is fine. Probably, right? What have you been up to? How's life over there? Everyone go check out Archivist. Archivist. Now, this over here will probably become our training room. I hate the screen shake so much, man. And we'll build our hatchery over here for the upkeep. And while we're at it, we'll get another imp for now. And a second one. And off to the side here, we'll also build our library. Probably. But yeah, hey, you're super sick, but hang in there. I hope you feel better soon. Bless your heart and your body and your mind. Is it still your voice, or did you get better and then get worse again? We need a bigger treasure room. I might expand the layer over here, so I don't want to touch that yet. I'm not going to touch this wall in particular. Might touch this wall, actually. Yeah. Doing over good over here. We're playing Dungeon Keeper. I wanted to play Dungeon Keeper 2 because it was gifted to me. What are you doing?
You need a bigger treasure room.
Can you please start claiming? AI, please. Can you please start claiming? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice, nice, nice. And now chickens. Okay, our units are getting trained up over here. So we're working here. Yeah. This is Dungeon Keeper. It's a very old... I say very old. It's older than me. It's not that... It's actually not that old compared to other games. A study of dungeon designs reveals that workshop manufacture essential furniture such as doors and traps. If your workshop occupies... Hold up. A square of at least 9 tiles, its mere presence will lure the underworld's finest artisans into your dungeons. Nice. That said, where do we place such a workshop? Maybe over here. We'll have to find a way to cross the river of molten lava that bars your way. Where?
Your creatures need a bigger lair.
They do need a bigger lair, don't they? Got a treasure room over here. I don't know how to do this. Let's increase our hatchery as well in size. Molten lava. Wait, what? Where? Well, anyways, I don't know if these guys can dig that yet or not. But we'll see about that. For now, we'll expand this room so that we'll have more chicken. More chicken wings, chicken nuggets. When your troops are sufficient in number and have had some training, lead them north and go crush any who oppose you. Bridge has been researched. There you go. Got to strike for a second. I hope you're doing well. I am doing well. And I'm hoping that you feel better soon, is what I said. And what else did I say? I said probably something else. Alright, I asked about whether or not you're still sick or if it's a matter of just getting sick again. Clever research has given you imps the engineering skill to build bridges. You will need bridges to cross some of the more hazardous underworld terrain. Fair, fair. There we go. So the imps will work here. And then we've got our lair this way. And we can expand it probably in size. I probably should also expand this way. You know? But yeah, you think your immune system is messed up right now. Unfortunately, might try to stream tonight anyway, but blah. Yeah, honestly, for what it's worth, when you stream, it taxes your voice, it taxes your breathing as well, and it doesn't help you at all. You can try and stream, but what will most speed monster. But what will end up happening is that you'll strain your voice more and more and you won't get sick any better. So you, for quite a while, you'll end up thinking, yeah, I can do it, I feel better already, but then you get worse and worse. So if you were to just take a week off or half a week or something like that until you really feel better, it would do you wonders. Like, you'll speed up much first. You're underweight and dealing with some malnutrition, so your immune isn't good right now. That's fair as well. I'm also underweight. Hey! High five. No, but, I mean, no. I'm trying to gain weight. I'm at 87 right now, and I should be at, like, I should be at 90. For what it's worth. Working on it. Just the third time you've gotten sick this year. I feel ya. I've gotten sick pretty often too. I believe, like, especially after COVID and stuff, a lot of it has been gotten worse. What I'll do is I'll chug you guys into the training room. We'll need a bigger training room. I see. Doors have been manufactured. Okay, okay, okay.
A new spell has been researched. Your library is too small.
My library is too small. Damn. Honestly, since we've got impenetrable wall over here, I might as well just go all the way over here to the edge. I'm at the edge of glory. Dot, 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 dot. You're about 10 pounds underweight right now, so I get you. Yeah. For me, it's like a problem of I'm very tall, but I'm also kind of thin. You know? And right now my thighs are kind of sort of thick, but they used to be thicker. And you can, like, I am currently at a weight where I don't see my ribs anymore, which is good. But it doesn't do wonders for your self-esteem. It doesn't do wonders for your, like, health. It doesn't help your healing ability either. You know? Like, not leaving the house enough as well doesn't help either. There's a lair. Okay, over here. Library.
Your library is
Yeah, I'm working on it. We'll have so many warlocks, hopefully. While we're at it, let's expand our lair. And yeah, gaining weight. I've been trying a lot of things, like diets. It's mostly the diet. Eating at regular times and snacking in between, and snacking with stuff like nuts in particular, because protein, but because fats, because, you know, just vitamins, I guess, helps. But there's certainly more to be done. Movement as well, getting stronger. I might just, I might just expand all the way. That way I don't have to worry about invaders coming from the side or something.
A new spell has been researched. There is nothing left to research.
Heal has been researched. Fantastic. I can go over to my library and take you guys and train you guys up. Because you're level 1.
A trap has been manufactured.
Your workshop has produced a poison gas trap. Position it, and when an intruder sets it off, it will envelop the area in deadly vapors. Amazing.
You need a bigger treasure room.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Just give me time, man. But yeah, it doesn't help, obviously. And I'm telling you stuff that you already know. I know. But I'm also like, just talking about my own experience, which I believe is similar to yours, probably. I don't know. I don't also know what 10 pounds is. For what it's worth, I've grown since 95 would have been a normal you know, weight. So with that in mind, I'm like probably closer to 14, 15, maybe more kilos below what I should weigh. And obviously stuff like BMI and everything doesn't matter as much. But it's kind of important to know. I'd imagine that these
You need a bigger treasure room.
gems are just worth more. There we go. Now that we've done that, I want my crafts room to be bigger. Like over here. And then these guys can work. Let's do this for now.
A door has been manufactured.
This obviously costs us a little bit, but you know, you gotta train. I need strong mages. Give me the strong mages.
It is payday.
Some expensive as imps here. Just place that over there. These guys are training, they're level 2 already, which is good to keep in mind.
You need a bigger treasure room.
I do, don't I? I was just thinking that. Not gonna lie, I think I'm just gonna add stuff. Call to arms. I need you guys, you're tanks. I need you to be as tanky as possible. Look at him go.
You need a bigger treasure room.
Will you fortify walls now if I do this? Probably, right? I'm scared to like expand too much to the north. So again, like we're fortifying the walls here so that they don't get in here. We've got a gremlin coming in. I'm expanding that wall right there. Besides that though, I'd like to just go here. People are training right there, which is good. We've got enough gold for quite a while. We've got 67,000. That's a lot.
Has been manufactured.
Poison gas trap. Eh. Honestly, get rid of that gold for now. Will you dig that? Yes. Okay. Do the waltz. Level 6 right there. Level 2. Level 4 mage. Level 6. Whatever you are. I don't know. Can I train the chicken? I have no idea if a chicken gets trained, but it would be kind of funny. Okay, let's go over here and place this maybe right there. This has been enhanced a lot.
A door has been manufactured.
Door has been manufactured. Fantastic. Honestly, we'll just go. Build this here. I think there's a bunch of people here idling, so I'll just chuck them in here. And they'll also train. Yes. Enhance that wall, and then we can grab another person. And perhaps enhance this wall. We'll take this gold so that they don't have to carry it. Look at what a kind dungeon keeper I am. You know? What are you doing? Come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Here you go. Our lair should be big enough to house more goblins, but we're just not seeing them, I guess, right now. look at all these riches. They keep going at these, and I believe they can't actually break them down because they're super hard gems or something. I don't know.
You have tunneled into a new area. A trap has been manufactured. Your creatures are under attack.
Where? How? Maybe they stepped onto a mine or something. I don't know. Ah. Let's just mine out this gold, I guess. Stay far away from that over there. Our goblins aren't the smartest. I don't want them to end up doing something bad. Our imps, sorry, not goblins. I don't want to insult the goblins. So with that said, got rooms, got space. I guess what we could do theoretically is like expand somewhere, like build a bigger room, bigger treasury and stuff like that, you know? In fact, we might just do that. Actually, not this wall, not lengthwise.
A door has been manufactured.
Let's see. And we're expanding. I have no idea how to turn the camera. I'm sure it would be useful to know. Oh well. Got everything over here secured. Same over here. These walls are also fortified. These don't need to be fortified because they're impenetrable. What we can do though is head over here. Nope, everything's good. I guess we won't get that gold. I mean, we could get this gold. What I've done here is a bit silly because I want that gold too.
Your creatures are under attack.
I see. Do we want to wait for more traps? Do we want to wait for higher levels? Nah. I feel like we're pretty good.
Your creatures are under attack. A trap has been manufactured. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are under attack. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your minions are winning a battle.
Oh. Interesting. It's time for magic. Tomatoes. That sounds like a fun time. Hold up. Let's heal. Oh, this is wild. Oh no, it's dwarves. The little boogers.
Your creatures are under attack.
They don't know where I am.
Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are under attack. You need a bigger treasure room.
Run, run, run.
Your creatures are under attack. Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
Oof. We're taking over the base.
It is payday.
Yeah.
You need a bigger treasure room.
Okay, now that I think about it, hold up. If that's the case. I'm just gonna make this my treasure room, you know, right in front of the base. For ease of access, you know? Ease of access right here. It's a free use room. I don't think that's how people use free use. I probably shouldn't do it that way. Tesla, good to see you. How are you doing today? Man, I love this game. I completely forgot about this part. What have you been up to, Taz? You're doing well, and today you've made some homemade banh mi. I don't know what that is. Watch some Hunter x Hunter with your girlfriend? Nice, are you liking it? Never seen Hunter x Hunter. Like, I watched 3 episodes and I was like, okay, I'll watch something else. What is Bummy? There seems to be...
The Lord of the land approaches.
We come to rid the world of your evil.
Your creatures are under attack. A door has been manufactured. Creatures are falling in battle.
Unfortunate. Assemble your minions nearby and administer the coup de grace.
Your creatures are under attack.
Okay, that's their dungeon heart. Issue is that they're like assembling over there.
Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle. Your minions are winning a battle.
We're winning, son. Bami is a Vietnamese baguette. Real tasty. Nice.
Your minions are winning a battle. Your creatures are falling in battle. Your creatures are attacking the enemy. Your minions are winning a battle.
I think we just killed their king. Which, honestly, I'll take. I'll take that.
Has been manufactured. Conquer this realm.
With enemy dungeon heart in ruins, you have tranced the once proud opposition. Rule your new domain with terror and loathing for a laugh. Success, the land is yours. Press space to proceed to the next realm. We shall in a moment's time. But before that, I want to loot like the rest of this, you know. We gotta give everyone a good, nice payday, you know, to celebrate.
You need a bigger treasure room.
I need also a bigger treasure room, you know, to just hoard all these riches. You know, people have earned, like all these imps, they've earned their just rewards. So
Door has been manufactured.
I'll give them permanent employment as a boon. You know, unpaid, but still permanent. Isn't that good? Job security is amazing. Employed forevermore.
You have
I don't know.
traveled into a new area.
I don't know if it matters, you know? Much, honestly, that if we get all our gold just for the final score.
Manufactured.
But it's fine. Girlfriend who had no background with anime loves Hunter. Top 3 by far. Nice. Well, 3 out of 3 still doesn't mean much, but still, nice. What makes the banh mi so special, you know, out of all the baguettes, you know? What makes it Vietnamese? Treasure, treasure, treasure. W is the workshop. I think L is the library, actually, not the lair. Is H the habitat? No, H is the home thingy, the portal. The dungeon heart. Gotcha. M is the map. Flower hat. I'd love to see just how far this goes. Honestly.
A door has been manufactured.
Transfer creature. Okay. So can we not pass through here because of that thing? I don't know what that thing is.
It is payday.
Alrighty. Time, efficiency, style,
There's a
rating.
burning mess where once a pretty village stood.
Magic. The marinade of the meat, also the sauce you have on the bread gives a real good taste. I see, I see. So it's more like a sandwich kind of, I guess.
The bloody axes
I would
of
assume.
war and famine have
That sounds pretty good.
so far bypassed this quiet
That said,
water, leaving the inhabitants totally unaware of the purpose of real agony.
I'm gonna can I save the game? Or did it save already? Did it save already?
Game saved.
I think that pauses. So it's like chili, like a chili mayo with pickled cucumber and carrot, marinated meat and coriander. Nice. I don't like coriander. Apparently I have a gene. Like, I was for the longest time, I was convinced that coriander tastes like, you know, is bad, you know. I thought it tastes kind of like soap, but I wasn't sure why people would like it. And then I learned that there's apparently a thing that makes it so that, like, because there's parts in coriander that are also in soap, and if you have a certain gene, you can taste those parts more. Which is great! Especially if you eat coriander, because then it basically only tastes like soap. And that's why I hate coriander. Or rather, I learned that there's a reason why I hate coriander, basically. That's it. I'll give a little shouty outy over here to Archivist, who's a lovely streamer. Go check them out if you haven't yet. And I'll be right back. Everyone is born with that gene. It's like no one likes beer at first. You have to try it a few times. People think it tastes like soap. Just have not eaten enough. It tastes like soap to you for the first time. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's an acquired taste. Like, genuinely. I'm at an age, you know, where I know for sure, like, when I don't like something, I don't like something. And, like, with most foods, you know, I eat anything, honestly. But, yeah, no, I can't. Coriander is, like, bad. Yeah, what Infinity said. It's not an acquired thing. Also, it's literally a gene. Like, with beer, a lot of people don't like it. And you can get used to it and develop an appreciation for the taste of it. You know, the herbness, the bitterness, I guess, etc. for beer or for coffee, etc., etc. Just like how some people enjoy olives after trying it enough. But there are people who have a literal gene that makes it taste like soap, like truly, like all of it. Just, you know. That's a thing. It's like just, you know. It's not a gene in quotation marks, it's literally a gene. Well, coriander gene soap. Yeah, so the gene is literally causing it so that you're more sensitive to aldehyde, which is a part that is in soap and dish soap and stuff like that. But yeah, you did get used to beer enough for years to be able to drink it slowly, but it never tastes good to you. Same with raw coriander. Like, you can, like, I do think that beer, coffee, olives, carpon, whatever carpon are called, capers, something like that. I don't know, probably. I do think that those are acquired tastes, meaning that it's stuff that you'll most likely not enjoy at a certain stage in life, but you'll enjoy more later on. Same with, I'd imagine, whiskey and stuff like that. But also, there's generally people who, even if they had a few beers, they won't like it, you know? Capers, yes, nice. Like, I know plenty of folks who just don't like beer. And I used to not like it, but over time I, like, really enjoyed it more and more. Which was also around the time when I stopped drinking my coffee with sugar and milk. You know? Because I liked the bitterness. Or like when we went out for cake, for instance, it started then when I just would drink it black. Because I couldn't at the time be asked to grab sugar and milk. And honestly, I liked it more than normal, like coffee with milk and sugar. And as around that time, I also started liking dark chocolate more than sweet chocolate, and beer more than non-beer. I guess, I don't know. For what it's worth, I still prefer wine. But even with wines, you know, I stopped, like, appreciating... Like, fruity wines are just too sweet for me, and sour wines are rough. I like the more dry wines and stuff, you know. If you had all of this once as a kid and didn't like it, then as an adult you liked it for the first time. It's not getting used to necessarily. Yeah, it's like it's a change in your taste palette and everything. But, yeah. You could not eat tomatoes until last year. It took you a year to like, just because it has something to do with a gene. You can still learn to like something. The taste will change. People who think the taste won't change are just not right. No, there's literally a thing that, like, you can... Have you tried licking soap? Like, genuinely, just take a bar of soap and lick it. And of course, you can get used to liking the licking of a bar of soap, but... Rest in peace, Infinity. Yeah, the Twitch mobile app sucks. Of course, you can get used to liking the soap taste in your mouth whenever you lick a bar of soap, but yeah, well, coriander tastes like soap to you earlier. Now it tastes like the best thing ever. It's not given that the taste won't change when you try to eat something enough. No, but it literally is a genetically thing. genetically a thing that some people will be very, very sensitive to a chemical that is in coriander, and hence they will taste that chemical more. And because of that, it will taste like soap to them. And whatever taste coriander has, whatever other taste there is, they won't taste it, most likely, depending on as well. Like there's differences and varieties, blah, blah, blah. If you're just more sensitive, it's like when you're autistic, you are more sensitive. A lot of autistic people, a lot of neurospicy, let's use the neurospicy term, neurodivergent people, a lot of neurodivergent people are very sensitive to loud noises, you know? Some people to all loud noises, some people only to specific loud noises, and of course, neurotypical people also don't like the scratching sound on the chalkboard or forks and stuff on the plate. But there's a difference between not liking, you know, and it causes you literal physical pain. You know? And of course you can get used to it, but that doesn't change the fact that it still is really bad for you, you know, when you're very sensitive to it, you know? May well be, but there are people for whom it hasn't ever tasted like that as for you in the beginning. Also, we know some receptors on taste bud that change with that specific soap taster gene. Yeah, obviously taste buds change, or we acquire a taste for something because we get used to it, etc. I used to not like the earthiness of beetroots. Beetroots? Is it beetroots? Red beets. I think it's red beets. You know? I used to hate how it tastes like dirt, and nowadays I appreciate how it tastes like dirt. But it still tastes like dirt, you know? Like very earthly and etc. I know that a lot of veggies taste like that. Turnips, for instance, will have a sort of dirt taste, you know? By which I mean, like, you know, soil. I think that's the better word. Taste buds typically don't change from eating something often. Yeah, they don't change literally. Your taste, like, what happens when you suddenly start liking olives is, yes, they do. Do taste buds change from eating something often? Taste buds die off and regenerate every couple of weeks. This process helps maintain taste sensitivity. As you age, your taste buds diminish in number and change in function. By age 60, you may lose about 20 to 60% of your sense of taste. Foods, drinks, and habits can cause taste buds to swell and temporarily damage your ability to taste. Yes. Research says that the taste buds might adapt themselves to help us enjoy lower levels of salt and sugar. That's like just salt and sugar, I guess. Just like how I used to have a sweet tooth, but nowadays no longer. That's a lot of people have that. There's actually studies and whatnot for that. But I'm literally Googling right now as well, by the way. So, but that's just my extra tidbit. There are people who like appreciate sweetness less, or rather can deal with less, you know, or enjoy, in fact, lower salt amounts and lower sugar amounts less with age and stuff. And that's something that people are researching. That is a thing. But yeah. Taste buds do wear out over time. I guess that's basically it. Oh my god, this one article that I'm trying to read right now is it's so bright, and the stock imagery they're using is mostly kids, and I'm like, yeah, that's weird. But also it's like they're like highlighting a lot of words, and I'm like, no, Your taste buds can also be affected by others too. Exposure to smoke, for instance, can deaden them. Like drinking, scalding hot liquids can lead to decreased sensations. Plus, there's the fact that not everyone has the same number of taste buds. Adults have between 2,000 and 10,000 taste buds on average. The more you have, the more you can taste a variety of flavors. People with over 10,000 are considered super tasters. They can sense flavors more deeply than other people. Young children who are developing a full set of taste buds may be able to sense certain tastes more intensely than other adults. For example, the somewhat bitter taste of broccoli might be more intense for children than adults. Same with other stuff. Of course, a food's flavor isn't completely depending upon taste buds. The nose plays a huge role as well. And you can learn to like new foods over time. Sometimes it's just a matter of making something new more sweet, or trying to adding something you already enjoy, like cheese, to it. Psychological factors can also play a role. Blah, blah, blah. But no, I don't think, you know. Okay, let's see. I've known that certain food can change the taste of other foods. Yeah, like artichokes make food that you eat afterwards taste sweeter, which is why if you eat artichokes, you'll afterwards be like, if you eat like a dessert afterwards, it will taste much sweeter, sometimes too sweet compared to like without it. But when you stop eating them, they'll return to the previous state. Yeah, even if your taste preference stays. Yeah, exactly. If people who think cilantro, says Tesselite, coriander tastes like soap, often have a genetic variation in the gene, which make them more sensitive to aldehyde compounds found in cilantro. These compounds are also found in soaps and cleaning products, which is why some people make that association. However, taste perception is not entirely fixed, and there are ways to train your palate to enjoy cilantro over time. Repeated exposure, mixing with other flavors, cooking it, crushing, or chopping. But yeah, it doesn't change the fact that it will still taste like soap. Like, it's not an acquired taste. I mean, unless you consider licking a soap bar an acquired taste. Like, you can get used to it, and you can make it different and everything. Way too many people are like, oh, someone said it's a gene. I won't have to give it a second chance because of genes. That's not what anyone's saying here. It's literally just, oh, there's a reason why I don't like cilantro. You can train yourself to change the taste. Taste perception is not entirely fixed. That's just how you perceive it. It's not about changing the taste, because you can change the taste. Of course, you can burn it and it will taste burned. You can also just not use cilantro. Look, there's no harm done in using cilantro. I only just earlier mentioned I don't like cilantro. That's about it. If I don't like it, I don't have to eat it. Right? I used to dislike red beets. I nowadays like them. I used to dislike olives. I nowadays like them. There's not much I dislike in terms of foods. Anything that is alive still, I dislike. I don't want to eat that. But for what it's worth, I don't need to buy cilantro. I can literally just get any other herbs and it will be better. Besides that, though, Hershey's, right? I don't like Hershey's simple syrup. I used to love it a lot, but over time, the more I had of it, the more I noticed that it tasted like vomit. And then I googled it, and apparently there's something in Hershey's simple syrup, which is like a chocolate sauce, you know, chocolate syrup kind of thing. There's something in there that is also in vomit. And but it's not like there's vomit in there. It's just like a chemical. There's a part of a flavor, you know, that's causing it to be flavorful. A part of it tastes like vomit. Yeah, of course, you can temporarily change the perception and learn to enjoy or be okay with taste you can't tolerate before. That definitely doesn't mean everyone's starting point would be the same. And it's by far different for people of different starting points. Exactly. But also, like, you know, that's, again, it's the perception. It's not the change, the taste. You can, like, the thing that you copy-pasted there does, literally states, there are ways to train your palate to enjoy cilantro over time. Taste perception is not entirely fixed after all, you know? Taste perception, how you perceive a taste. Yeah, of course you can get used to it and perceive it differently, etc. But, like, why do that? And again, like, there's also varying degrees. Some people taste it more, some people less. And there's no reason, why would you, like, literally, like, cilantro, whatever, you know? Just use anything else, honestly. Like, there's no reason to force yourself to eat something, or like to force anyone. Like, if your partner didn't like cilantro and kept telling you, I don't like cilantro, I don't want to eat it, just use something else, substitute with something else. And you said, but I like cilantro, and you can get used to it over time, you know. She'd be pissed, probably. What you could do instead is, I don't like cilantro, you like cilantro, let's have the dish just prepared normally, and you add cilantro afterwards. Or make a separate thing with cilantro. What I do personally is, I love eating spicy food, and I'm very used to it. I know people, however, who even with, you know, because again, varying taste buds, I burned all of mine off with hot tea and a lot of spicy food and smoke. But for what it's worth, there's no reason why I need to subject others to it. And saying, oh, you can get used to it, you can get used to the spice, is like not great. Instead, if you want other people to appreciate what you like, you know, something that you like, what you can do is you can give them the option to do it, you know, to try it. When I made curries, you know, for my girlfriend at the time, for, you know, my last girlfriend, my last partner of 5 years, when I was with my partner, I loved eating spicy food and making my food very spicy. I would make stews, I would make chilies, I would make fried rice, I would make curries, etc. And I would typically make them quite spicy. I wouldn't notice, however, and like also it would be very salty, because personally I eat it that way, because it's like Albanian cuisine is also often very spicy, very salty, compared to how Germans like it. But my partner was German, or is still German, I guess, but no longer my partner, and she didn't like it that way, you know? So what I ended up doing is that I steadily would reduce the amount I would use, and then just later add salt myself. And I would also add red pepper myself, like chili flakes, you know? And would make it spicier for myself on my plate, and I can adjust it the way I like it. And I would still use some, obviously, for taste, but I would use an amount that is so small of like chili flakes or red pepper in that regard. You know, I have different things that do different things, basically. I would use an amount that you can taste, because the taste is good, but it's not it's not spicy at all. And my partner would have, you know, my partner would eventually ask, hey, can I also add some of that, but not much, you know, to my dish? And she would do that. And then, because she knew that I pay attention and try to reduce, like, the spice level and the salt level, you know? And at the same time, she knew that I liked eating spicy food. And so she would try it, you know? I was like, that's not that bad. And over time, she got used to it. But that's a different thing altogether. There's like also people who have a higher sensitivity to spice. And just saying, oh, you're being a crybaby about it. I know even people in my family, even though we eat so much spicy food, you know, I know people in some people in my family don't fuck with spice at all. Like, with just the hotness, you know, hot food. They can't do it at all, you know? Like, an aunt of mine, literally black pepper to her tastes spicy. Which is wild to me personally. But to her it's just like that, you know? And that's because she's more sensitive to it than others. My mom also eats spicy food, for instance. But my father, for instance, he doesn't, like, he can down Tabasco purely, you know, and he wouldn't notice a thing because his tolerance is super high. So there's a tolerance, but there's also the sensitivity and stuff. Some people being annoying or unjustified doesn't mean the people who actually have a good reason would not exist. That is also a thing, you know. OMG, someone said it's a gene. I won't give it a second chance, a chance because of genes. Doesn't mean, sorry for the walls, don't worry at all. It looks like a wall over here, but on my screen in OBS, it's smaller. And also what's very good is I have it so that a background alternates between chat messages, you know. Also, No one here has an intention to write up a text wall, right? It just, I say that because, you get the reference. But for what it's worth, it's very applicable here because whenever you write up a text wall, you don't notice that it's a text wall until it's too late, right? Until you see it on the screen or in the chat window, etc. It happens. It happens. It never is intentional. Nobody wants to write a thing that is so long that nobody wants to read it, right? But yeah, there's like different starting points and everything. But like, even if there's hypothetically speaking someone who is a picky eater who says that they don't like cilantro just because of there is a gene or something like that, even if there was hypothetically speaking this very annoying person who rubs that in all the time, that doesn't invalidate the fact that there are people who are very sensitive to aldehyde and who really dislike the taste because they're also very sensitive overall, like they have more taste buds perhaps. They also have that gene which makes aldehyde taste a lot like soap because it's like part of what is in soap, and just having some cilantro in the food, a normal amount, makes the whole dish taste bad for them. If, telling people to get used to it or suck it up or walk it off or whatever is not great. It's like, hey, you're depressed. Walk it off. Oh, your stomach hurts. Walk it off. There's a streamer called Smallhand, who's huge, by the way, who would always be told to walk it off and everything. And like by his parents or grandparents, I believe. Anyways, one time his stomach was hurting real bad and he was told to walk it off. But turns out it was his appendix. So they took out the appendix after he was rushed to the hospital. Anyways, that was a fun story. I don't know. I don't think get used to it or don't be a baby or whatever is like, and that's like the sort of energy I'm getting from what you're saying, Tess. I'm not sure if you're offended at me not liking coriander, cilantro. I've been saying coriander, but I mean cilantro. In English, it's cilantro. In German, it's coriander. It's the same thing. Sorry about that. I'm not sure if you're taking offense in that or something like that. And if you like it, that's amazing. Power to you. But, I personally don't like it. In a way, it's like Majoran. Is Majoran the same in English as it's in German? Majoran, English. Majoram. Marjoram. Oh.
Marjoram.
Marjoram. What the fuck? English people, please. For what it's worth, marjoram tastes interesting. I don't think it's a bad taste, but I need to get used to it. But it's very difficult for me to cook with it because of the fact that if you add too much, your whole dish will taste like it. And that is bad. You agree, Magic? You absolutely hate the phrase walk it off or deal with it because you don't fucking know, even if you're in the family. People don't tell you everything. Yeah. It's only cilantro in the US English. Coriander in US English is the seeds. Oh, I see. For what it's worth, I tried cooking before with both the seeds and the plant. And the plant tasted worse. But the seeds also taste the same. Kind of ish. I don't know. Because no, wait. No, that was a different plant. Never mind. Forget what I said. With cilantro or coriander, I've just used the plants. And I got them in a bundle and I froze it as well afterwards and then tried using it afterwards again. I use it fresh and then later it just froze what I had left over because I got a big bundle of it, and I was like, oh, I don't like this. But my flatmate used it a lot, which was nice. And we froze it and afterwards the taste is still the same, which is probably good. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. For example, there was a fairly long period when it was in fashion in Germany for people to want gluten-free foods when eating out, because many people didn't really understand what gluten sensitivity is or had superstitious perceptions of it. That prompted an opposite sarcastic movement to want to put extra gluten into everything and denying that there could ever be a problem from it. This definitely hurt actual gluten sensitive people a lot. Yeah. And that's like again, like, just because some people are sensitive and other people might actually just act as like in a fashion as if it is a trend and everything. I'll close the game here. Let's chat about this. And also, I've played enough Dungeon Keeper for the day. I'll take my break in a moment, and then maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we'll just chat. It's fine. It's fine. Pesky Humans Are At It Again is a fun title, to be fair, to have for the stream. I'll take it. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. For what it's worth, and let me turn down the game a little bit, the music a little bit. There we go. For what it's worth, there are obviously people, like, for instance, you know, dairy. There's a lot of people, and I love, by the way, I love it to bits. I love the fact that it's become more normal to have vegan options or vegetarian options on menus. Like, I am all for it. Because in a lot of restaurants, whenever I went, like whenever the grandparents of my last partner took us out for dinner or something like that, you know, a lot of restaurants only had pork on their menu. Only pork. And I know lots of places in my hometown, for instance, that also for a long time didn't have a single vegetarian dish on their menu besides fries. You know? Let alone vegan, you know? So with that said, I mean, fries, I guess, arguably are vegan, but a lot of them would use animal fat for the frying process for their potato stuff. So, you know, that's rough. But yeah, for a long time, vegetarian or vegan, like vegan, especially vegetarian, there were a lot of restaurants and stuff that would have vegetarian options. But whenever we went out to eat, there would be places where there was literally no option, no vegetarian option, no option that was non-pork. And what I would end up doing is I would not be able to eat. Or I would order something and then I would give the meat part, like a schnitzel, for instance, I would give a meat part to the other people on the table, which is like obviously not what you're supposed to do, but they literally didn't have an option. Like I asked and everything and was like, no, we don't serve just the fries or a salad, you know, just a salad, you know, we don't do that here. And I was like, okay, well, I'll have a schnitzel, I guess, and I'll give the schnitzel to my partner. Or I'll give it to her father or her grandfather. And that was basically what I did. But over time, people added more and more options, you know? And personally, I know lots of people make fun of it with the almond milk and all of that, you know? But I love the fact that there are milk options. Because while I didn't used to have a problem with it, I nowadays can't drink milk. I mean, I can drink milk, and oh boy, it tastes good whenever I do. But boy, howdy, do I regret drinking milk. Even like a little bit, you know. Little bits and pieces should be fine, like a few drops of milk or anything like that, you know. Or drinking like 1 glass of milk, you know, or half a glass of milk should be fine in theory. But I don't know what happened, but my body just can't handle it, you know? I don't need to buy laxatives or anything like that. If I'm constipated, I'll just have half a glass of milk and I'll shit my balls out, you know, the next day. Sorry if that was too graphic or icky or whatever. But yeah, so whenever I have the option of getting something with milk, I ask, do they have options that are not dairy, you know? And that's good. It's good that there's options nowadays a lot more often, you know. Same with like, it's great that there are vegetarian options around, you know. It's amazing, frankly. I'm a fan of that. But yeah. There's lots of people who make fun of it. Obviously. There's lots of people who make fun of it. I get it. But there's a lot of people who will ask, "Oh, let's have a counter movement, etc., etc." You know, with veganism and everything. For a long time, people made fun of it, me included. When I was a teen, we made fun of people because we saw all the stupid examples. You know, the people who are overreacting, who are vegan for the trend's sake, and not because they believed in it and everything. You know, we've seen lots of people who've been doing this virtue signaling activism kind of thing where they go into restaurants that had people who ate meat, like a steakhouse, you know. They would go to a steakhouse and throw pig's blood on these people. I'm like, that's a shitty move. And the only joke we knew about vegans was, how do you know someone's vegan? Well, you don't, but they'll tell you. And it's true, I guess. You know, I guess it used to be like that a lot. You know, a lot of people who were vegan would try to convince others of vegan, mostly out of a sense of moral superiority and everything. But that was just some people, some individuals are like that, and it doesn't mean that all of them are like that. You know. Most people, like most normal vegans that I've met, like as in normal, like the majority of vegans I've met in my life, you know, are just normal people who eat slightly different. You know, they don't eat meat either because they can't or because they don't want to due to moral reasons and ethnicity, not ethnicity, ethics and ethical reasons, you know, concerns, etc., etc. They just boycott it, which is fair. And they don't like the way eggs, you know, are, like chickens are, you know, hens are kept and stuff in the batteries. So they don't eat that. And they don't like the dairy industry because, did you know that to get milk from a cow, the cow needs to get pregnant? You know? So when a milk cow, a dairy cow, hasn't gotten pregnant in a while, you know, it will stop producing milk slowly but surely, and eventually won't produce milk anymore. So what they do is they artificially inseminate cows. They artificially inseminate cows to then get them pregnant. And then the calf will get, you know, turned into veal, I guess. And that's about it. Unless, of course, it's like a female cow, in which case they will sell it off, I guess, or something like that. There's also like, I believe, methods where you trick the body of the cow, the milk cow, the dairy cow, using hormones and stuff into thinking that it's actually pregnant when it's not. And that's fucked, isn't it? But also, you know, a lot of people don't like it when their milk is made by a cow that is on hormones and stuff, like artificially added hormones and stuff. And also, apparently, there's like some residues and whatnot in the milk, I guess. Calves that need to be raised typically get substitute feed, like human milk substitute. Yeah. But like, you know, you would basically just sell it off or, you know, eat it. Like sell it off to become a dairy cow, or if it's male, you know, it turns into veal. People who are dicks don't invalidate people who are serious. Exactly. So again, like there's lots of reasons to be vegan and everything, and so lots and lots of people do it, and that's mostly ethical reasons and everything. But there are obviously some people who do it out of a sense of moral superiority and everything, you know, who will essentially ruin it for everyone. And just because those people exist, that doesn't mean necessarily that we should make fun of all people, you know? And as a kid, I didn't, like, you know, obviously as a teen, you know, I didn't notice that. I saw the loudest voices in the room being those very, very annoying people, you know, who feel superior to other people because they don't eat something, you know. For cows and hormones, it's not just preferable. Some people are highly sensitive to milk that comes artificially. Yeah, like I know, like it's just something like that, you know. Not just it hurts people who are lactose intolerant more. Yeah. So what they do is they artificially impregnate, like, well, they will basically just inseminate the cows themselves. Which is also why a lot of people out there will say that dairy is SA, let's say it like that, or bestiality. Like that essentially drinking milk supports bestiality. That is what some people argue. And it is true to a degree, I guess. It's fucked up. And yeah. It's like actually fucked up stuff, you know? But yeah, I don't drink milk because of that, though. I don't drink milk because I literally can't. It will make me shit my guts out. You know, and it's bad. And it works very quickly, too. Like, I'm like, wow. You know, it just enters my body and suddenly, poof, explosions. And it's not even like a mental thing. I've tried from time to time. Like, I also can't do coconut milk. I don't know why. But coconut liquor, that's fine. Coconut milk, not a, like, I'm fucked, you know. You know, would assume only certain places do that, though. Do what? The artificial insemination, where you, like, go in from behind and then enter, like, a, not syringe, but, like, you know, pokey thing. As far as I know, it's the standard in the US. Unless it's like a farm somewhere, small time farm and stuff. You know, I've heard that certain brands prevent it because of the aforementioned lactose issues people can have. No, the standard is almond milk's really good though. Some pig sows being insemination and pregnant pretty much all the time. By the way, yeah. Same with pigs, pig sows being inseminated and pregnant pretty much all the time. Yeah. It's fucked up. Like, they don't let two cows just do it. They literally, because like the bull, or whatever the male cow is called, I don't know. I guess bulls are different. Bulls are different from male cows, right? Or are male cows also bulls? I have no idea anymore. But yeah, what they basically do is literally, instead of like letting an animal possibly hurt another animal and everything, they literally do it themselves. Put the bull semen in there. Means also they jerk off a bull. Which again, super disgusting, and it changes your perspective and everything. It sucks. And there are obviously farmers who are against that and who do it the natural way, but it's still bad, you know? Domestication isn't natural. So if it were to, like, you know, but yeah. Bull is just a term for many male-hooked animals, like also whales. Okay, I see. You're gonna head out, do that, shadows. See ya. But yeah, it's fucked up stuff. And there's people who don't drink milk or don't eat cheese or don't eat meat because of that, you know? Same with like burgers and everything, like boycotting that stuff because, you know, yeah, horses also bred that way. What do people think? Yeah, exactly. It's fucked up. Obviously. I don't eat meat for the most part, but it's not because of ethical reasons, mostly because of monetary reasons. It's gotten like super expensive to eat meat, for me at least. But also looking forward to getting more shifts at my job, and then after I return, and it's gonna be fun. But for what it's worth, you know, it's pretty fucked up stuff. And just because like some people are vegan because it's a fashion trend or whatever, you know, they want to feel superior, cool, you know, doesn't mean that all of them do it because of that. Most people have actually valid reasons, and the people that do it because of a sense of fashion or whatever, you know, they're Also, let them do it. You know, they're doing something good. They're boycotting an industry that is pretty fucked up in a lot of ways, you know? And there are some people who poison the well, obviously. But most people are correct. Like 9% probably. 95% at least. Something like that. I don't know. 9% at least. 95% probably. Something like that. And then there's some people who poison the well, obviously. And it's the same like for, I don't know, coriander. But like coriander is less bad because like if you don't want to eat this one specific herb, you know, just ask, hey, do you put that in there? Can you not put that in there? Thank you. You know? And I get that with herbs especially. Some people add them on top. Some people add them like during the cooking process and everything. And if you think that it changes the difference, the taste that much, make less sauce, but make one portion, you know, one like half and half or whatever, you know. Make one pot with it and one without, you know. I know it's more effort, I guess, but also like if you're cooking for someone who doesn't like it, you know. In that regard, you know, I feel like I'm pretty easy to please. I don't eat pork. I don't drink milk from the cows. Or coconut milk, for the matter. And I don't like coriander. Coriander is the only one that is like, oh, it's because I don't like it, you know? I don't like the smell of pork for what it's worth. Because, yeah, I don't like it. I've had pork before, mostly by accident, and it never tasted great either. And also, for whatever reason, it's the most expensive meat as well, a lot of the time. Unless you, like, okay, beef gets expensive too, depending on what you buy. But, like, pork, for whatever reason, like, whoa, you know? It's wild. I guess people like it that much more. Or something, maybe. I don't know. But for what it's worth, you know, yeah. Pork's mostly like a religious thing for me. But also, I've never, like, wanted to eat pork, if that makes sense. But yeah, we're gonna take a little break. And yeah, Tuss, I hope you didn't get offended or anything like that by me not liking coriander or anything like that. Just because some people don't like it this is like the TLDR. Just because some people don't like it and they say, oh, I'll never give it a try, I don't like it, I don't want to eat it, you know, being picky, that doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense, Spa? Sorry, I forgot what I literally just said. But yeah, Tuss, if you're like, I hope you didn't take offense in that, but also if you did, hope you feel better. I don't know what to say about that. Like genuinely, like, no harm meant or anything. You said if it doesn't make sense. If what makes sense? Sorry, what was I referring to? And you confirmed that it doesn't make sense. Oh, I'm like, no. Yeah, finished my tea. Downed it. More tea. More good. As far you confuse me so much. Sorry about that. Like, I'm a mess. But I'm a hot mess. You know? Yes. I don't like... Anyways, we played Dungeon Keeper. It's a shame I couldn't get Dungeon Keeper 2 to work, but I'll see if the link that Cat Quest and Nickel Ghost Jump are free on Epic Games, which is cool. Cat Quest is a nice game. I don't know anything about the other game. They're free on Epic Games. Shadow sent me a link on how to fix the thing with Dungeon Keeper. Apparently it's not exclusive to errors, but rather is for most who cannot launch the game on Windows 10. So I'll check that out sometime and then we'll play more. We could also very much play through Dungeon Keeper again in the near future. Maybe next week we could do another stream and play more of it.
But yeah, not today. Like I'm enjoying this. I enjoyed this a lot. You know, Autocrat changed hooved to hooked. Great. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, hooved makes more sense. You know, hooked. When I saw hooked, I thought you meant either like the feet, which are like hooked feet. Is that what it's called? No. Hooked feet is something else, right? I'm not sure. What am I referring with hooked feet? Referring to? No idea. Or the horns. Something like that. Something along the lines of horns or that. But yeah, let's take a little break here. I'll be back in a bit. Please take care of yourself. I'll grab some tea. And then we'll yap a little bit. Kleinfüße? I don't know, man. Crow's feet are what you get under your eyes a little bit. I'll see you in a bit. Take care.
All right, we're back again. And yeah, chatting. I don't think it was too direct, Infinity, but also I believe that, especially when lots of people disagree with you, it's easy to take offense in the way people argue. You know? Like, if everyone disagrees with you, you're like, okay, well, why should I talk? Right? And that's something that is bad, you know? But also, I don't think that's, like, necessarily Tosselot's thing. Right now, maybe he's just lurking, which is fine. But yeah, I try to pay attention to that. It doesn't seem too like that, too negative or direct or whatever. Personally, to me, but also I very much also might have been just too direct or negative, etc. It's also on GOG. Yeah, I play the GOG version because the Steam version often for games doesn't work correctly. There's patches and everything as well on GOG, which is good. Steam doesn't have that necessarily, which sucks. Dungeon Keeper 2 didn't run for me, and I'll try it another time and see if that works. Sadly, you know, that's just the way it is. Sometimes stuff doesn't work on Steam. Sometimes stuff doesn't work because your PC is too old or too new, or a game thinks that it's too old, but in reality, it's you weren't particularly friendly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but also, I do think that I explained the walk it off thing, you know, or try it out still. You might like it eventually thing is. And I know for a fact that Tussler didn't mean it like that. But it is a slippery slope a little bit to argue that way. Oh, your computer starts Dungeon Keeper in DOSBox. Your Dungeon Keeper, DOS, it's a DOS game, so it will start in DOSBox, which is how it's supposed to be. So don't worry, that's like intended. Because it literally is a DOS game. That said, Dungeon Keeper 2, for instance, didn't start up for me because that's a Windows game. But, like, you know. I do think it's slippery slope and everything. Because in the same way that people argue, like, about that stuff, or say walk it off or anything like that, you know? Like, in the same way they argue, some people, you're running Linux. Yeah. It might work, it might not work. I'm not sure. For old games, I would recommend that you get them on GOG because you get a DRM-free copy, first of all. Second of all, a lot of older games go on sale much more over there. And third of all, there's more support for games not working, etc. over there. A lot of GOG enjoyers also run Linux, by the way, so there's that. You know, GOG is DRM-free. Yeah, exactly. I was like, you know, those are just 3 reasons why I think GOG is pretty great. You know? Love DRM-free. Yeah, a lot of people do. For obvious reasons. Namely, you have it. It's like with physical copies, you know. When you have a CD for a game, you'll own it. You know, I think Steam will not support games indefinitely. Yeah, definitely. Also, like, imagine if Steam, hypothetically speaking, were to go bankrupt, you know, or something, you know? You've also known that Steam removes games after X years. It's not necessarily Steam itself, but more so the publishers and developers themselves will sometimes do that. There's also games that are banned, you know, got banned from Steam, and those got removed. Like a Domina, for instance. You won't be able to buy Domina anymore at all. But it is a thing that exists, you know? It's still in the library and everything. And as long as Valve exists and Steam exists, you know, it will be playable in my library. I won't play it anytime soon. I won't play it, though. But yeah, because of the reasons. Well, really, Domino was banned? Oh, yeah. We talked about it the other day. If you look up Dolphin ban controversy, or Domino controversy or whatever on my blog, you'll find 3 blog posts talking about it. The developer essentially had one meltdown on social media a while ago, a few years ago actually, and about masks and conspiracy theories and transphobic stuff and misogynistic stuff, was literally like just had a meltdown after what appears to be like either a breakup or a okay, let's check it out. Nice. Either a breakup or a date gone bad or something like that. I don't know. But he ended up putting a lot of wild conspiracy theories and political messages into his patch notes for Domina, including anti-mask stuff. And Valve was like, yeah, that's not allowed, because it's literally not allowed in the terms of service of Steam to put political messages into the patch notes of your games. So the patch notes are like your way to communicate and everything. You thought because of the game's content. No, the game content doesn't matter. There is, like, Steam is super hands off when it comes to like the game's contents. But that said, there was one game called Rape Day, which was literally about doing that in a game, and that one got banned from Steam like super quickly. In fact, because of the game's contents, obviously. But yeah, like overall, and that made also like Steam be like, yeah, we should probably write down what we are not okay with in terms of games content, because again, like Valve is super hands off when it comes to their platform in terms of what content you can publish on there. And Domino itself, it doesn't have anything that other games don't have. It's got management, of slaves. There's other games where you can own slaves and buy slaves and sell slaves. Isn't that equally bad? It's got blood and gore. Well, other games have that plenty. It's got questionable choices to make. Other games do that too, a lot. Didn't it need some protest for Steam to ban some games of that kind? Once it makes the news that there's a game like that, Steam will probably take note of it. But in that case, I believe they noticed it relatively swiftly, like a day or so after it came out. And they removed it from the platform. And in fact, they removed it from everyone's library who ever had it as well. Like, it was no longer playable. It was just gone. Which is interesting, like, to see them do that. Like, with Domina, for instance. Yeah. With Domino, I can actually hold up. The Steam page is gone, right? Yeah, it just brings me to the front page of Steam. But what I can do is, the last update it got was August 6, 2022. What did it say? Well, with Domino, the developer got banned from his own forums because he kept attacking people. And that's not allowed. So he wasn't able to post on his own Steam forums. Maybe findable on SteamDB. Yeah, but I've got it in my library still. So it's still like, it's not been removed there. Anyways, let me see if I can find the ones that are terrible. I found it. Hold up. Let me see if there's some before that. Otherwise, I'll get rid of. I'll just read through the ones that it was funny.
Now, alrighty. Okay, so this is gonna be funny. Back in April 14, 2021, there was one side note, that said there's now an option to sanitize text. The most offensive words are replaced with lesser offensive words in text, events, options, and outcomes. No more F words, C words, or other C words for ye who would rather prefer to be unassailed with such vulgarities, which was kind of snarky, but honestly fine. Besides that, though, then afterwards there was a patch on May 6th, 2021. Balancing prestige stamina. I'm not going to share my screen for this because reasons. Balancing prestige stamina training scaling nerfed. Fixed anachronistic medicus training procedures. New unarmed man will sometimes fight instead of just running around looking for weapons. Sometimes has like a star, an asterisk. More on that in a moment. A new charioteer's whip now has a higher disarm chance if you whip a gladiator in battle using the E key. Cool. And now, as for the asterisk, some men still won't fight. They're weak. There's no accounting for weak men. Weak men lack character. Strong moral fiber is hard to come by. It's earned through hard work and sacrifice, and it cannot be had via OnlyFans or Pornhub. No, these fucking things are demonic possessions waiting to show you a succubus titty in the hopes you'll waste a load on her instead of spending that energy studying how to weld or grow a potato or learning a new language or how to program a computer. Listen, kids. Get off them porn tubes and do something with your life because typos. No one is gonna give you a goddamned thing, and this whole mess we call civilization is only getting harder. We need solutions, and we need smart men who can work hard and implement those solutions. Masturbating to e-girls isn't gonna solve the energy crisis, is it? Get to work. ... Or play video games and have a relax and then get to work fresh tomorrow. I can't possibly know what's best for you in your individual situation. Really, don't let strangers on the internet tell you how to live your life. If you want to be told how to live your life, read the New Testament. The internet will only give you lies. What? Alrighty. And then in June, they added, the developer, Big Nick, added some other stuff, new EULA and TOS, and a bunch of balancing changes and everything. All is good. And a bunch of other stuff, interesting. And then on June 10th, there's another patch. Cool. A bunch of stuff. Yeah. I can't seem to find more. Maybe stuff got removed, like patch notes and stuff. Oh yeah, no, I found it. Wednesday, March 9th, 2022, a year later. This one has 900 comments, by the way. Fixed administrator might not buy wine water even when it's available in the market. Administrator is now available in regular game mode, not just endless. Charioteer stops whipping horse during second race was fixed. New voxel mode drawing resolution ×2. Optimized gladiator render draw routine FPS++. Optimized particle dust effects rendering drawing FPS++. Take off the fucking masks. Next time you're at the grocery store, try showing a woman your face. Be confident, unafraid of the lies. You might get a girlfriend. Women like confidence. Women don't like dudes who cover their faces in fear. What are you afraid of? Getting laid? Grow up. And then balancing, prestige maximum, training, attack, defense, strength, and HP. Max attack, 3 to 5k. Max defense, 800 to 1k. Max HP, 5 to 6k. And fixed multiplayer rewards, 1,000 coins per man should work again. Cool.
And then later, hopefully fix multiplayer tactical battle lockup seems to be due to audio problems with sanitized audio being abled. And then on March 23rd, 2022, hey, that was my birthday. New administrator feature, fixed missing invisible garbage, Rose's coin thrown at the end of match by crowd, update gladiator HUD string expansion and clarification. And then did John Galt kill himself? No, but everybody at the motor company probably wished he would. In the fictional novel Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. And then hopefully fixed Twitchbot does not update the reward coin amount when a boo comes in. Actual reward value might be fine, but the display value would never go down. And then on March 31st, trigger warning for transphobia. New employee, the bestiaries. Finally, you can upgrade lions, horses, and behemoth. Train strength, attack, and defense stats. Bestiaries also adds a heal option even if you don't have Medicus or Medicus Emeritus, or if you're a man who has inverted his penis into a vagina. The bestiaries will automatically train animals after healing, but it won't make you a woman. How did Atlas Shrugged get in there? Well, good question. How did transphobia get into the patch notes about a beast trainer? No idea. This other one is kind of cryptic, says fixed miscellaneous UI issues, World Champion Frags, World Champion Retiarius, Giannolini. I don't know if those are like names to people, but they... Oh. Yeah, World Champ... basically, they're linking to videos. Hold up. In the patch notes. This one video says Dr. Andreas Nowak, graphene hydroxide, graphene razor blades in vaccine plus sudden death following report. Yeah, wild stuff. Then there's another one, compilation of his best clips and interviews. Carrie Mullis, is this why they killed him? Some conspiracy stuff. And then John Olini and a terrible wave of death that never came from COVID but via jab recipients. You know, literal conspiracy stuff linked in there. And then August 6th. Steam publishes dozens of fraudulent reviews of our game and we flag them as such. Our flags are removed, and despite any evidence, the fraud review stands. No evidence is ever offered that we've done anything wrong with DLC, but the claims are echoed for eternity on B-level gaming blogs, just to be used as ammunition on Twitter. Circle jerks disgusting. Now we can't even flag the lying reviews as fraudulent because nameless, cowardly Steam moderators, whom we cannot interact with, have final editorial control. How can we have a working relationship with a platform that actively wants us off a platform? At this point, it is doubtful that Dominaire will receive future updates on Steam. If that upsets you, I encourage you to talk to Gabe Newell. His ship is sinking, and he doesn't give a fuck. 3 years later, the ship hasn't sunk yet. Integrity is key. Centurion, adapt, adopt, improve. And that was the big nick. And then update 2022 August 13th. Steam mods banned me from Domina Forum for a week, ostensibly for strong language, but if you hold a mirror up to the world, 80% of them will throw a brick at you. Exactly 0 human beings have the balls to put their name to the ban. Cowards, clowns. What a stupid company to work at. It must be so sad collecting so much money from people who actually create something and then banning their opinions. I wonder how many stomach ulcers are at Steam/Valve. How much Prozac is prescribed to them. 0 cocks among them. That's obvious. What a pity. And then he posted a video from Centurion or whatever. What the hell? And that was like the last of it. But for what it's worth, Yeah. Basically, there were issues with the stuff. What is Centurion in that context? It's a rank in it's a rank in the Roman military. And in that rank, you know, like, I don't know. It's a movie. There's a movie, and he was quoting from that and showing a clip from the movie, linking it and everything. So basically, for what it's worth, there were a lot of reviews claiming, like, this kind of started with, like, him putting the political stuff and conspiracy shit. There was actually another post somewhere, but I couldn't find it in there, sadly. Probably because Steam removed it, because he was saying some wild shit, you know? Oh, a movie, gotcha. Yeah. So there was another thing, and I wrote about that at the time in my on my blog, actually. But basically, there was a thing as well. He claims that was wild. So there were reviews claiming that the game had a DLC content removed from the game that was there, and so a lot of people were review bombing the game. There were also some reviews that were negative because of the political stuff and everything that he put in there, like the transphobia, like the weaponized transphobia, the misogyny and sexism, as well as some other stuff, you know, the conspiracy stuff. But yeah, Steam didn't know at that point yet, you know, until lots of people reported it, I guess. But for what it's worth, he kept like trying to flag all the negative reviews, no matter what they were about, as fraudulent, you know, claiming that these are fake reviews or whatever. And Steam would deny them, would deny those fraudulent review thingies because, you know, there was no evidence suggesting that they're fraudulent either, you know? And they're very hands-off in terms of reviews and whatnot. You know, it would be bad if you could just remove reviews that are negative and that you don't like, you know? Because he was only, like, flagging the negative reviews, if that makes sense. And so, because of that, anyone who was complaining about this stuff on the Steam forums, he would insult a lot. Like, very viciously attack them, insult them, sometimes message them privately, etc., to continue to insult them. And so he got banned from his own forum for a week. But then he ended up essentially taking the liberty to unsilence himself by posting on the forums, but on a different account, which is also against Steam's terms of service, specifically ban evasion. And they got delisted because of that. Made also like very politically charged posts the update section for the game regarding COVID. This caused people with opposing political politics to post fraudulent reviews, one of which is what some people are saying. Some people are saying that this was a different thing and everything. Yeah, no. Yeah. So breach of contract and everything. Wow, ban evasion. Yeah, ban evasion and also putting political messages of any kind and conspiracy stuff and all of that into the patch notes of a game, which is not allowed. So that's two things they were doing. They were violating the terms of service, and so by the second time they got permanent banned for breach of contract, essentially, which is basically that. And a lot of people are trying to glorify it and stuff on the Steam forums that are actually still up, funnily enough. You know, the Steam forums are still a thing. And yeah, the account is no longer, like, the account no longer exists, I guess. Yeah.
He also like posted a thing on Steam saying, "We accidentally unbanned ourselves from a forum again. This is just to say sorry, didn't mean to, just wanted to see if that was still possible." Well, is this what the mods meant by overriding moderator flags? Like, shouldn't this be technically not possible since you're banned for shit out of us? We're just curious if this isn't a security hole that should be plugged or what. Big man, baby. I mean, he could have just put the messages in the game. There's probably nothing against that, except by now against hate speech. Yeah, hate speech is not allowed in games. But like the transphobia and the patch notes, you know, like if you were to put the transphobia in the game, it would be on a case by case thing, you know, basis. Like it would be, is it now being mocked? Is this fine? Is it not? Etc. Steam would decide that. I have no idea how that would get handled, but it would be different from if a game like was genuinely just, you know, if the patch notes handle it. I don't know that, and also claiming that vaccines include razor wires, or that graphene from like razor blades is in there, meaning some type of bullshit about 5G chips and whatnot, or claiming that you know, like saying wild transphobic shit, saying misogynistic stuff, you know, etc., etc. A YouTube I watch, Splattercat, as well as some other people I watch, you know, on YouTube. Splattercat Gaming, great YouTube channel if you like indie games, you know, showcases a lot of them. Splattercat did remove all of his Domino videos around the time this went down, saying that he had a playthrough going on, you know, at that moment, and said in the patch notes was an opening to being banned when they find out. Wait, what? I don't remember the situation too much either. But yeah, Splattercat said that as someone who loves his wife, he doesn't want to support some guy who posts misogynistic shit like that, you know? You know? Yeah, I literally have 3 posts on it. You know, March 14th, the Dolphin Barn controversy into Game Domino. And then August, Dolphin Barn controversy, Domino Dev is banned from posting to his own Steam forum. And then Valve removes all of Dolphin Barn's games from Steam, which was in September. I wrote about that as well. For what it's worth, around that time, Epic Games bought Bandcamp. And the soundtrack for Domina was also on Bandcamp. And Domina and all the other games also got banned on Epic Games and Bandcamp because Epic Games owns Bandcamp. So the soundtracks were gone as well, all of a sudden. I mean, putting these topics in the patch note instead of in the game or anywhere else was just providing a perfect ban reason. Exactly. It's breach of contract. So yeah. All of this could just, let's see. Let me see if I can find the tweet. He was like also on the game's Twitter account. He was saying, trans kids have a right to live. Hashtag Decepticon rights are Autobot rights. And then posted like pedophiles and groomers are still pedophiles and groomers. With like a bunch of pride flag stuff and everything.
which is really bad. And someone I know basically he attacked him and stuff, you know? Really wild fucking shit that you haven't seen already since the 80s over and over and over again, you know? It's bullshit. The whole pedophiles and groomers thing, by the way, for, you know, anyone wondering where that's coming from. So back in the 80s, there was a person called Anita Bryant. And Anita Bryant, there's a great video on Anita Bryant and Rowling and stuff by ContraPoints. I believe it's the Witch Hunts of Rowling. I think that's what it's called or something like that. And it starts with a big section about Anita Bryant. Anita Bryant was like this big, when the gay movement like started, like people were like talking and protesting for gay rights and everything. And there were a lot of different groups, essentially, lots of smaller groups. And they weren't being heard too much, you know? But Anita Bryant was like the reason why the LGBTQ community banded together and fought together against this one person. And as a result, you know, rights and shit, you know? Anyways, Anita Bryant was like a popular singer and personal figure and appeared in all sorts of places and ended up saying a lot of very, very bad things. And at some point started saying, for no reason in particular, that we have to protect our children. And out of that, a lot of people that were against queer rights and everything ended up saying, you know, the whole narrative was created, basically, of protecting children and that queer people are groomers and pedophiles and all of that and stuff like that. I guess the idea comes from the fact that, like, oh, you know, you've got men and women in different places, you know, but, and like boys are with the men in one room, one locker room, you know, and girls are with women. And so when someone is gay or lesbian, they'll be with boys and girls as well in the same room. And that is a problem and stuff like that. Fully disregarding the fact that children are not an object of attraction. And that nobody is like that. Well, there are sick people who are like that, but those people are sick and they're not. There's no P in LGBTQ, if that makes sense, you know? But reading is hard, so people don't understand. Anyways, with that said, Anita Bryant is like sort of one of the big reasons why that narrative is still being echoed so much. And that was in the 80s, you know? So that was ages ago. It's like 40 years. It's been 40 years. 40 fucking years. And there's still to this day people who will say, okay, groomer, or who will say that they gay people or queer people in general or trans people or whatever, you know, gender queer people, people, etc. They're all groomers. They're all pedophiles. There's a lot of people who will say that, and they've been saying that for ages, you know, since the 80s, before the 80s, you know, it's been ages. And yeah. And that's wild. And the talking points are all the same, you know? The talking points are all the same. You can see it with like Dolphin Barn, you know? That one thing about you'll never be a woman or whatever. Who the fuck asked you, right? And the whole idea about masculinity and everything is like super bad, you know? Because like, who the fuck cares what anyone has in their pants? Like, even if you did have surgery, what about intersex people, you know? You're neither a man nor a woman. I'm like, yeah, that's what intersex means. What are you gonna do? A lot of them are like, will say the same sort of insults over and over again. There's even people who are, and there's like funny videos on that and stuff with accidental allyship where people are accidentally being super gender affirming, which is wild. And they think they're being hateful, but in reality they're not. And that's super funny. And that's a thing that exists. There's a lot of people who will say the same sort of talking points over and over and over again. You will keep talking and making stuff, and it's an easy model of people in groups. Easy models are comfortable to think, and when they support the purportedly opinions, when they support the opinions, they'll use the heck out of it. Yeah, exactly. It's like a stereotype. I don't know what purportedly means. Sorry. Can you translate that to German and tell me? Because I'm, wondering. The perpetrator's opinions. Ah, I see. Perpetrator. Gotcha. Yeah. It's a hard word to spell. Also, autocorrect, I'd imagine. Also, you mentioned that you're on mobile, right? So, yeah. Thanks, autocorrect. Yeah, I don't know what purported. Fuck that. Never heard of that. Screw that. Yeah. In my post from 2022, from August, in my second post about the matter, I said, a Spider-Cat, a YouTube content creator that I'm a big fan of, tweeted out in March that he's deleting his, at the time, recent videos of Domina, given that he doesn't want to support someone like this. He also goes on to explain that while he believes in separating art from artists, at a certain point, and I quote, things that are said become a personal attack, implying where his loved ones should be, and he cannot abide that, which is a valid statement. In my experience, you can love any form of media, any creation or universe, you can still criticize the person behind it. These two states don't exclude each other. At the same time, however, there are certain practices that I don't condone. Hate speech, for instance, is a no-go for me. Similarly, I don't want to support games where developers were made aware of problematic topics and where they try to sweep it under the rug, as is currently the case with Thinkum. I just literally did a plug for one of my other posts. And you're purported, vorgeblich. I see. This could be like, yo, you've been talking very much. Are you a bot that is literally like just sending a message like music? When I talk too much and too quickly, it does that, where it stops the music because it thinks that I'm a bot of sorts, That is like a music bot and stuff. Spotify has an issue with that, by the way. So that's why Discord made that change ages ago. Anyways, but yeah. Discord? Yeah, Discord. Because I'm like, I'm in a voice call right now, which it detects when I'm talking, and then it does this, it makes the open and closed thing. And when I stop talking, it stopped doing that. After repeatedly flaming and insulting users as well as sending abusive messages when banning players from his hub, Steam contacted the developer and let him know that he's been banned from posting on his own hub. Future disregard for our rules and guidelines could jeopardize our business relationship, it says in a statement. While Dolphin keeps trying to flag negative reviews as fraudulent, especially when they criticize the developer for posting his anti-LGBTQIA plus screeds. Other users on Steam appear to use the chance to attack trans people in the reviews and positive reviews. It's the most bizarre thing in the world. Those positive reviews that hurl insults at people and that have nothing to do with the game are apparently not fraudulent, according to the Dolphin Ban, Dolphin Ban clearly is trying to create an echo chamber on the platform he created, one where everyone who's against him is labeled as a snowflake or even child predator, while affirmative messages towards him are accepted and welcome. It's ironic, given how often he calls the negative reviews on his Steam page a circle jerk. Luckily, however, Steam doesn't seem to like that. Steam is more than lax in its moderation compared to other platforms. Dolphin Ban was already banned from Epic Games and Bandcamp and can't publish his game over there, which is quite interesting given that they practically accept any game, even NFT stuff. Some of his tweets were taken down by Twitter after numerous reports came in. It's only a matter of time before he's removed completely from Steam and Twitter, which is why it's important to report hate speech, bigotry, and other vile messages posted on these platforms to keep your fellow community members safe. Don't arrest these people, report them, and hope for the best. And then I posted basically the stuff.
In my third post, I basically summarized the thing, gave the thing a... Thank God it's over now, though, hopefully. Oh, you can see that. So over here is like the third post. So, actually ignore that one. Well, it's a shame it skips the context and everything. So you can just go there. And it's like the summary of it all, essentially. But it also, in the beginning section, it has like the other two linked, the other two posts. If you're interested in reading more on the topic. But yeah, that's like the blog post right there. For what it's worth, you know, it's like the same sort of messages over and over and over again. You know, they get reported and manufactured and created and everything. And you see them all the time, and it's very boring. Not gonna lie. It's like when in a game, you see people say stuff like, you know, they try to circumvent the filters. You bum bum bum, you know, or keep yourself safe, or grab a rope, etc., instead of just saying kill yourself. And it's wild because there's people who want to be hateful, but they also don't want to get banned. And rather than questioning whether they would get banned for a reason, they try to circumvent the rules and be hateful. Does it make sense? So there's people out there who are so dedicated to hating that rather than questioning what they're doing with their lives, they try to circumvent some weird rules, risking that they do get banned despite that, to make someone's life miserable or to send hate, etc., etc. And that's wild to me. And with Domina, it's the same. You know, there's someone out there who literally went on a meltdown on social media after not getting what they wanted, presumably, and who then proceeded to make wild statements in a game that was literally providing him with money. You know, he was working on it and suddenly started having, like before that, he was already like limit testing and everything. How much can he put into the Steam notes? Who cares about the Steam notes? Steam patch notes, you know? And everything. And that was not okay, obviously. But then he proceeded to essentially do that more and more, and eventually had a meltdown, so he ended up just not giving a fuck. And in the process, ended up destroying his only platform and income at the time. Presumably. Maybe he works a job, maybe he has a 9-to-5, who knows? He seems like a very well-adjusted person. And yeah. Some people out there are just wild. And very, very self-destructive. So rather than say that I hate those people or whatever, you know, I would say that I don't hate people, you know, that are hateful. It's more so that I pity them. I feel sad about them. Because they could be probably... Like, I know folks who were cool people, but ended up being very hateful. And it was a shame. You know? Because, like, they stood in their own way. They could genuinely just lead a normal life, you know? And like in some circles, I can't echo my personal opinions, you know? But in other circles, I can. And I don't think bigots, like... If you're bigoted about something, there are circles where you can say certain things, you know, and there are circles where you can't. When I drink with friends, I sometimes say very sexist stuff. And I know it's problematic. And I say for a fact, you know, I don't mean this at all. But it's kind of funny to say something, you know, when you're like just the two of you and just say something like that. Or with a friend of mine and his girlfriend, I sometimes make very sexist jokes, you know, which is very, very funny because his girlfriend reacts in a very funny way.
But she's also in on it, obviously, so she understands, and then sometimes says stuff that is very savage about me and Albanians. So she does the racist jokes, which is really fucking funny to me, in my opinion. And that's okay, because it's just the three of us. And we all are educated individuals that don't mean any of it, and we understand the historical, like our friend, for instance, like her boyfriend and one of my best friends, he studies history, so he helps her out by feeding her information about Yugoslavia and the ethnic cleansing that took place in the at the end of the 90s, you know? And she makes use of that and understands the historical connotations and everything, and the history of everything that she says. And I understand everything as well, being very well versed in feminism and philosophy and human rights and the fight for equality and stuff, And it's totally fine. And I believe that it's fine. There are some people who hold opinions that are different from mine, and some of those opinions are hateful. I get it. I know folks, for a long time, I was working as a waiter, and I had this colleague of mine who was Serbian, and he had a son who came from Serbia and did not understand a word in German. And I tutored him at his place. I tutored his son and taught him German and math. I got a little bit of side money, as a tutor, helping out his son, which was very cool. At the same time, I would hear my work colleague's sister constantly badmouth me in Serbian. I didn't understand much Serbian, but I understood the few words I heard, including slurs for Albanian people, etc. There's some people who are hateful, and I get it, they exist, and even if they hate me, that's fine, honestly. I can't force them to change their mind. All I can do is prove, I guess, that not all of them are the same, or prove that we can coexist. My colleague and I didn't hate each other. My colleague's son didn't hate me, except for the times when I gave him homework. And it's fine. My colleague's sister hated me because of, some war that I wasn't born at. I was born at the end of it, to be fair. Literally the night that I was born, shit happened. Shit hit the fan. And yeah. And I believe that, people like that, they will be hateful either way. And for what it's worth, it sucks, obviously. But at the same time, there are places and circles, and there's always a time and a place where you can let it all out. Honestly, I don't care. If you say it to amongst your friends and everything, you talk about bad stuff, whatever. It's you're amongst yourself. There's some people who take offense in that, And if you do, you tell them, hey, can you not do it when you're in my area, And when I am around, can you not say these things, etc. I believe that's totally valid. And then, but yeah, my aunt and uncle in Cologne, where I used to live for a while because I didn't have an apartment yet and I had to go to university and stuff. And my aunt and uncle over there, they're anti-vax, really badly anti-vax, kind of conspiracy adjacent, They're well-adjusted human beings and everything. They're very kind-hearted and amazing, My uncle is homophobic as well. He doesn't believe that. He believes it's a choice and everything, He's one of those guys. But he can talk with his wife and some friends that they have, about this conspiracy stuff, and it's totally fine, But yeah, bedtime for you. Good night. Have a wonderful rest of your nights. Thanks a lot for joining in. Appreciate you. Nobody says anything about that, I don't think anybody says anything about that. Like you can, when you're amongst yourself, who cares what you say? Nobody knows. It's like when you think stuff, you can think a lot of things that are terrible, incredibly terrible, but nobody knows. So it's fine, right? So when you're hateful or anything, you can disagree with people politically, Like I'm a huge lefty and I have friends who are very conservative, like super conservative, And they would consider themselves right-wing, But what they say is right-wing is actually just normal conservative, As in normal conservatives is already right-wing. And right-wing doesn't mean Nazi, it just means right-wing, They have certain things that they have different opinions on than me. They're more authoritarian in some regards, especially when it comes to the border and everything. They're more like, help the middle class, because they're part of the upper middle class, etc., etc. And that's fine. And we'll always find stuff that we disagree on, And that's okay. We just don't talk about politics sometimes. Sometimes we do talk about politics, and it's cool. But for what it's worth, we don't have to. And we don't have to agree on everything, and we don't have to talk about stuff. There's many things we can talk about, we can be friends still. And I know there's people that will disagree on that, but yeah. I mean, it's a different story if someone's literally like a Nazi or a transphobe, like huge, like actually doing harm, But like I could be friends with someone who just, like if someone was anti-Muslim, like Islamophobic, I'm a Muslim. If they're cool with me, and as long as they're not doing harm to anyone, like actually like, I don't know, killing people like me, I don't know, or attacking them or whatever, or harassing them online or something like that, If it's just your opinions, I don't care, man. Keep them to yourself, when you're around me, and it's all good. And we can still hang, be cool and everything. I know folks who are chill and don't do any harm, but have harmful opinions. But like, who cares? Like, they're just opinions, man. Like, But dude, that's just like your opinion, okay, man? What's that quote again? And yeah. And I feel like for Big Nick, he could have been fine. It's not about like what kind of opinions he uttered, It's just he put the conspiracies and he put the transphobia and he put the sexism and everything and the anti-mask bullshit and all of that into his game's patch notes, And that's not something you should do. But yeah, and a lot of people are trying to spin that whole thing with Domina into, Big Nick, that's the name of the Dolphin Barn developer, like the only developer at Dolphin Barn, which is the studio, which is, again, is like the only guy. A lot of people try to spin it as if, this guy is like a martyr, He got silenced by the woke mob and deplatformed and everything, but no, he's not. He literally did it. What did that anti-mask mean? You were wondering if you had misheard it. Anti-mask. Masking, mask, like face mask, like Mund- und Nasenschutz. Anti-Mund- und Nasenschutz Anti-Mund- und Nasenschutz or gegen Mund- und Nasenbedeckung. A mask, the thing that, face mask. Sometimes I struggle sometimes with saying the T's and the K's and stuff like that, at the end of a word. But yeah, a lot of people are trying to spin it as if he's a martyr, a martyr of like his people and whatnot, you know. He died for a cause. Something like that. But no, he's not. He's literally like, he did the thing that he's not supposed to do, and he did it twice. And yeah, sorry, maybe you're just tired to hear everything. No. That's actually just a me thing. And it's a thing that you'll notice. Like, if you watch my streams regularly, you'll notice it a lot. And I know for a fact that you can notice it a lot because I watch my VODs sometimes and notice that my voice work is pretty bad. Sometimes I don't enunciate my words properly, and that I don't open my mouth too much, or that I don't talk too often while smiling, you know? I need to smile more often, and I do that lately a bunch, but also I do sometimes get like very wet mouth, you know? I need to swallow my spit sometimes, you know? Like that. And then my mouth is all empty and I can talk. And if I say mask, you can hear it, mask. But often I will just slur my speech a little bit. You know, be like anti-mask, you know, anti-mask, you know, because I don't open my mouth too much and then you can't hear too well. But if I open my mouth a lot, that is actually much, much better. And that's something I'm working on. And so when I watch back my VODs, I criticize myself and try to take note on what I can remove and improve and everything, you know, which is fine. On that note, there's a lot of things that I need to do better. And I know that only I pay attention to those things, but that's just me. You know, I do because I care and I want to be better. And yeah, and on that note, I'm going to call it here. I had a fantastic time today. Thanks a lot for joining in. Appreciate you all greatly. We've been playing, we yapped a lot, and then we played a bunch of Dungeon Keeper. And then we ended up yapping some more. And that's cool. And I had a blast. And I hope you enjoyed yourselves as well. Thanks a lot to Workout with a resub, and everyone is lurking and chatting. Appreciate y'all a lot. Wanna raid someone we don't raid often? Or do we just raid someone we raid often? To raid person we raid often, or to not raid person we raid often? That is here the question. But yeah, I had a blast. Just a reminder, I won't be live on starting the weekend. I'll probably be gone for a week or something along those lines. I'll probably be like, I'm visiting my parents starting on Saturday or Friday. I'm not sure yet when I'll leave. Probably Saturday, but chances are that I might like leave on Saturday morning, maybe on Friday afternoon. I'll see. Depends. Like, I've got an exam tomorrow, so yeah, I'll do after that. I'll decide. And yeah, what I wanted to say though was that will give me a lot of time to plan out some content and stuff like that, like streams, and make some changes and think about it and everything, you know? It's going to be pretty cool. Okay, this person literally just is getting an ad, so there will be an ad for this person. Let's go say hi to Murphy. Might as well. I was thinking of maybe raiding Red, but Red typically ends up ending around this time. You know? I know at least for a fact that he often raises around this time. You know? which is because that's when he tends to end. So, because that's around the time we end. What I mean is, probably, I don't know, I guess we could ask.
Uh, 2014 KTK.
Red, do you plan
When
on ending
Sultai Soothsayer
soon
enters the battlefield, look at the
or
top
not?
4 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard.
Asking for reasons.
Cans of Tarkir. Magi, do I plan to end on ending soon? I plan to end in around half an hour to 45 minutes ish.
Okay, great.
For
BRB.
reasons, you know.
Okay. We've raided like Murphy not too long ago, so I'm just gonna raid Red now. Red is cool. Thanks for streaming chat. No worries. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Appreciate you. Red is doing Mario. Also doing chatting. I also want to talk about Dungeon Keeper. Murphy's also live right now with Federal Ghosts. Very good. That's long enough. Yeah. Yeah, half an hour is great. Casey, hiya. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Good to, you know. Go check out Casey. Let me give a shouty outie to Casey, who is a lovely streamer. There we go. But yeah, I had a good time today. Thank you for it. So, of course, of course. Again, like, I'm not sure yet if I'll leave tomorrow. If I don't leave tomorrow and leave on Saturday, I will probably be live tomorrow. Maybe or something. I don't know. Some chill stuff. I'll most likely be gone from tomorrow or Saturday. Again, not sure. Depends on weather and Deutsche Bahn and everything. You know, there's a lot. Will depend on that, and I'll see how I feel and everything, you know, and preparations. I need to do some prep stuff still, but yeah. Once I'm gone, I will essentially be back again, probably on Wednesday or Thursday, maybe Friday even, over here, and then after that we'll start Pokemon and we'll do an art stream and all of that, you know. And as we're about to read Red. Red is cool, lovely person from a similar area to me. You know, we come from a similar area and we've got similar vibes, but he does a lot of charity and plays a lot of Magic and is very good. Go check him out. I'll see you around. See you possibly tomorrow or next week. Bye-bye.